Mic check. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Thanks, guys, for dealing with me yesterday.
Thanks for the sub.
I got real sick all of a sudden, and we'll leave the glasses on. I get yelled at every time I take the glasses off, so for now, we'll leave them on. We got a new mustache today. Thought we'd change things up. I was told that we might get more Maga people in here if I had a mustache, so we're going to give it a shot. Good to have you guys all here. Sorry about yesterday. I'll make it up to you. We may be going live again later tonight on TikTok with Admir. Not sure yet. Jen's going to confirm on that. But maybe. Or maybe we'll go somewhere else. Porn stash indeed. It is. It is. It was all of a sudden. I could not focus yesterday. Like, I knew something was off when I started the live. And my brain just couldn't get going. And then my stomach started turning. I was like, uh-oh, this is going to be a problem. And it was a problem. Glad you rolled with Swish. Honey, wake up, new mustache just dropped. What do you think? We keep it for a while? Usually I just I'll grow the beard out with the mustache and then just let it go together. I don't know what we ought to do with the mustache and the beard. I don't know. I get bored. I think I would be if I had long hair, like long flowing beautiful locks, I'd probably get bangs a lot. I would probably do a lot of crazy things with my hair. We all know that feeling. Okay, thank you. Glad to see you feeling. Yeah, I'm feeling better. Thanks, Brother Bob. Appreciate the message you sent me too. I appreciate that. All right, let's jump right into it. I just wanted to show you guys something. A lot of the times I get the stuff from the outline from different people. In fact, a lot of times it's B. But Jen sent me one. She just wanted everybody to know that this is what she expects. I don't know why Jen added this to the outline today, but Jen said if you want to win her heart, you got to do this. I don't know why she did this. I don't know. Jen just added that. She really, really wanted you guys to see that this morning. So looking for love. Jen is
I hope your sickness translates to you having to shit your pants.
Thank you. Do you want to tell anybody why that was so meaningful to you while you're here?
Because you're a dick. I don't know. I mean, and a fun fact: you picked the wrong string. Just so you know.
No, I didn't. I picked the right one.
Yes, you did.
I can't pick the wrong one.
You did.
I didn't. You don't know how it works. I'm right on this one.
No, you're not.
Is that why the chat is so low again?
Yeah, because I had the other one going because I told you which one to use and you used the wrong one, so I just turned the other one.
All right, I might have done that. Sorry about that, everybody. So are we horizontal on or vertical on YouTube?
Made it private. I just didn't say anything. I waited to announce that we were live in the server, and I just changed it so that.
See how quickly she wanted to change this up.
Your problems again because I knew you were gonna mess up again.
My camera is also moving around like crazy. Have you noticed that? It zooms in and out. Camera's gone rogue today. It's just I can't move. Anyways, Jen wanted to deflect from that. I liked it though, Jen. I
saw this. I saw on the outline that he said Jen wants to know, and I wrote. I said I'm like I told him he was a jerk in DMs, and he said stop reading my outlines. So.
Dude, what is going on with my camera? I don't know how to solve this. It's gonna get dizzy in here. I don't know how to. The camera it auto zooms. See what it's doing right now? I don't know why it's doing that.
Stop breaking things.
Look, it now just zoomed in again. I don't know. Look, I'm not touching anything. Look at my hands. See that? I'm not doing any of this. It's just my camera doing its thing. Nope.
It's gonna be one of those days. All right.
All right. Well, enjoy it today. Let's see. Maybe it's
Well,
just have.
actually, since I'm here, just want to remind everybody about our gift goal. And if you haven't already subscribed, so if you want to help us knock that out, that would be fantastic. Since Jay pretended to be sick yesterday. So.
I did pretend to be sick. It was good. Yeah. Any other announcements while you're here? No. All right. I forgot to load up the PayPal and Cash App. Thanks, Swish. Said I got that. I got the hat combo. Follow me for lotto picks. I'm gonna have to get some new hats. You guys are guessing all the hat combos all the time. Sorry, let me pull these up. I feel weird. Shout out Bobby. You're probably in here watching. So it's good to have you, Bobby. Good to have you here. Oh, could be the reflection from the glasses. Thank you. Let's take I needed an excuse to take those off. Could be. We'll see what happens. It's some sort of like auto zoom feature on the camera. That's like one of the things that's supposed to be cool at. But I don't know how to fix it. I'll figure it out later. Today we're just doing this. I actually want to kick things off just with Tom Homan here. We're not really going to talk about immigration much today. We could talk about it every day. I do want to talk about how stupid Tom Homan is. If you ever have you ever do something dumb and then like your dumbest friend defends you and you're like, not you. This isn't helping. This doesn't. And everybody in the group's just like, yeah, like he's on your side. That's not good. It's like if David agreed with you in a argument. Here's Tom Homan getting stopped by the press, which he shouldn't do. And he's asked Trump says he doesn't really understand the law. Do you think he understands the law? Now, just remember, Trump has admitted he doesn't understand the law and that he relies on his lawyers. So it would be okay in this situation for Tom Homan to be like, yeah, he probably doesn't, but that's what he has lawyers for. But instead, because this is absolutely a cult, you just have to like gargle his balls. So let's watch Tom Homan. I don't know if he's like always imagining that he's gargling Trump's balls. It sounds like he has balls in his mouth every time he talks. This was on yesterday's outlet. I actually think I showed this, but I want to show it again.
The president says he doesn't know what his responsibilities are under Article 5 of the Constitution. Who would it be who would educate him about that? Would it be you?
I think the president is one of the, if not the most knowledgeable president that we've ever had. Look, people can beat on President Trump all you want.
He said he doesn't know. What do you think? He's the smartest human being to ever live.
President Trump's a game changer.
Oh, he
I worked
is.
for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. I'm a border guy.
We know.
Even President Clinton and Obama took steps to secure the border because they understood you can't have national security if you don't have border security.
Bro, how many more fucking times do we have to hear this from Republicans? It's so crazy. The video volume's low. Yeah, let me see. It's as loud as it's going to go, I think. Let me check the volume. Yeah, I think that's as loud as it's going to go, unfortunately. I just don't know why we have to hear this every time. The same exact thing. This is what they say every single time. Is there going to be a time at some point when this administration just like answers questions without glazing Trump and talking about the past? How much longer do we have to do this?
You can't have national security if you don't have border security. No one did more than President Trump during his first administration. We handed the Biden administration the most secure border in my lifetime, and he purposely unsecured it.
Trump was running on migrant caravans in 2019 and 2020. He was running on a broken border. He was president at the time. I don't know. I don't know what we do about America. Like, how do we get past this part? How do we get past this with like your parents, with your bag of friends? How do we get past this part? Trump was running on the border as not secure. One of the last things he did on his way out of office is give temporary protected status to Venezuelans who were flooding our border. What do we do here? How do we move past this? These are adults. I get it when it's like Trump, right? When it's somebody who doesn't want to take accountability. What I don't understand is a bunch of other adults willing to go out and glaze and lie and spin every single fucking day. It's so frustrating that we're 9 years in with Trump and we still can't tell the truth about the election. We still can't tell the truth about the border. We still can't tell the truth about his criminal history. We still can't tell the truth about the women that he abused. Like, at any point, are we ever going to be able to just be honest? And how much longer, to the MAGA folk that may or may not be here, how much longer are you guys willing to do this? How much longer are you guys willing to just lie every single day? History is going to remember all of this. We have records. It's not like magically, like 20 years from now, they're going to be like, oh, the election was stolen. It'll just be people making fun of you. And if you're still around 20 years from now, what's your plan here? Do you have a plan? Do you have a plan to not be made fun of, or are you just going to change your mind? Are you just going to pretend like you weren't involved in this? This is insane. For what? It was not the safest border ever. Unless you're talking about like literally shutting down the border for a national emergency. And in which case, sure, I guess. I mean, that's what this administration is doing. They can't fix the border. So they're making up national emergencies. They're making up invasions. They're using Alien Enemies Acts. They're doing everything but legislating. Everything but fixing the border. And maybe that's part of the Republicans' plan. Like, come in, use executive orders, don't change any legislation, and then when you lose and you get taken out of office, then also don't do any legislation. But the entire time the other party's in power, just blame them for the fact that the border issues aren't fixed. Like, maybe that's the plan. Maybe that's been the strategy all along. It worked. I mean, Trump got back. He got back in office. I'm tired of Republicans just lying to themselves. I'm tired of them lying to us. I'm tired of being gaslit about the fucking border. Remain in Mexico couldn't continue. People stopped coming to the border because the problems in their countries were basically over. They'd either all come here or the problems in those countries didn't exist anymore. And so they just stopped coming to the border. And there's probably some people who stopped coming to the border because they didn't want to be arrested and thrown into prison for the rest of their life. That's true. But is this like a flex? They're literally just saying, like, yeah, we can't fix anything, but if we use the heavy hand of the law, if we bring ICE in and we allow them to sign their own warrants and go into courthouses and go into workplaces and go into homes and just terrorize people, maybe that'll fix it. This is what we said when we meant fascism. And I think that there's a fundamental misunderstanding from conservatives about what fascism is. Not everybody hates fascism. A lot of people like fascism when it's accomplishing the goals that they want. That's what you're doing. You're just supporting going around the Constitution because you like this. And then you say dumb shit like gigacope. Or you say dumb shit like you're just mad he lost. Or you're saying dumb shit like this is what we voted for. Fine, but you also can't say that us calling you fascists is wrong.
Thanks for the sub.
You know what I mean? Like, this is what's so the lack of self-awareness from Republicans right now. Honest to God, drives me fucking crazy. I'm trying to have these conversations with friends and family, and every time I get in a conversation with Maga, we got to spend an hour and a half just undoing a bunch of programming that are easily detectable, easily provable lies. And I'll invite the Republicans that are here today. You're welcome to come in. You're welcome to come up. You're welcome to discuss any of this stuff with me. But goddamn, am I tired of the fucking lies from Republicans. I'm so tired of it. It's exhausting. We are 100 days in. I'm like, I'm ready to quit. I'm ready to quit talking to you guys. I don't know what to do. I don't know. I don't think showing you stuff works. I don't think laying out facts works. Court documents don't work. Judges don't work. The Supreme Court doesn't work. There literally isn't a single thing at this point that we can do to convince you that anything Donald Trump does is wrong. And I think if you're being honest with yourself, if you're capable of being honest with yourself right now, you recognize that this is a cult. And not all cults like end in in a mass suicide. Not all cults end in harming a bunch of people. Cults can be. I mean, my cult stopped harming people a while ago. But you are in a cult. You just everything that they say is a lie, and you just say we don't care. Every time we bring something up, you go fake news media. Oh, you guys, he's living rent free. All right, like I cover politics. This is my job. My job is to cover politics. I just don't get it. I don't get why you don't mind being lied to. I don't know if it's just like years of being lied to, years of believing things that aren't true. I haven't entirely figured this out yet, but we're working on it.
President in history of the nation to do that. Look at what President Trump achieved in 8 weeks. He did in 8 weeks what Joe Biden couldn't and wouldn't do in 4 years. We have the most secure border in the history of this nation right now because of President Trump. Greatest president of my lifetime. You can quote me on that.
You can quote me on that. Send it to him. You know what else we're not doing, though? Deporting people very quickly. Notice how Tom Homan didn't brag about how efficient ICE has been. Notice Tom Homan's not talking about how they're deporting record numbers of people, because they're not. They're actually really, really fucking inefficient at this. They've scared a lot of people from coming to the border. That's true. But they're really inefficient of actually doing the things that they say they're going to do. Far less efficient than the Biden administration, far less efficient than the first Trump administration, and far less efficient than the Obama administration. It's cruelty. They just like the cruelty. They like the videos. They like being able to get up on TV and be like, "We're tough. Law and order, baby." Cool, but could you do like something sensible? At what point, 100 days in now, 102, 103 days in, at what point are they going to do anything for you? And that's the theme of the show today. At what point is Trump going to stop giving handouts to his billionaire friends and stop being cruel and do something for the American people? We're 100 days in. What has he done for you? I don't think you've got answers for that. I don't think that the middle class is feeling very good right now. You have the middle class that's like, "That's all right, we deserved it." I mean, the victim the victim blaming is pretty fucking wild. Yeah. We don't want Christmas. There it is. There we go. Bro, you're just unintelligent. I know, guys, I know I'm dumb. Fix it though. Fix the things that I'm saying. Help me understand it. Help me understand what I'm supposed to be so thrilled about here. I'm dumb. I'm incompetent. I'm dumb. I'm stupid. All those things. Explain it to me then, please. I just want to know what the fuck we're doing here. Because to me, it seems an awful lot like Trump has about 50 agendas, and 49 of those agendas are giving handouts to his rich friends. Speaking of his rich friends who are trying to get their Mar-a-Lago face, this just made me laugh. This is Marge's boyfriend. This is what we're showing on Real America's Voice now.
That's the make your mean face and relax.
Getting Botox on Sunday in America.
And mean face and relax. You gotta relax.
We're gonna make sure that you never have emotions again on that face, sir.
Yeah,
for you. And people that have done this.
You guys have gotten Botox. How bad does that hurt? That looks like that sucks. That looks horrific. This is what we're doing. Real America's Voice. They're just they don't even do news anymore. They just glaze Trump, and then they're like, "We got to get our new face. We got to fit in at Mar-a-Lago." That's what they're doing over there. Trump's got a new thing that he's upset about. I don't know where the fuck this is coming from. I don't know if anybody works in Hollywood. Maybe you guys can explain this to me. I don't know what he's talking about.
The movie tariffs.
Yeah, the movie tariffs, what they've done is other nations have been stealing the movie-making capabilities from the United States. And I said to a couple of people, "What do you think?" I've done some very strong research over the last week, and we're making very few movies now. Hollywood is being destroyed. Now, you have an incompetent, grossly incompetent governor that allowed that to happen. So I'm not just blaming other nations, but other nations, a lot of them, have stolen our movie industry. And I'm saying,
I don't know. What is he saying? That they're filming in other countries? Is that what he's saying? Like, how do you film? Like, I used to really like the movie The Italian Job. Going to be a hard movie to shoot in America. That's a tough one to shoot in America. Is that what he's saying though? That they're shooting in other countries? Do we have some proprietary like cameras that they don't have other places? I have this sneaking suspicion that our technology that we use for making movies was not developed here.
if they're not willing to make a movie inside the United States, and we should have a tariff on movies that come in. And not only that, government.
How's that going to work? You go see a movie that was filmed outside the United States. It's just going to be more expensive. What the fuck are we doing? Why? Let me take it all back. Forget the fact that he said all this shit. Forget all of that fact. Why is this important? Let's just say that it was happening. Why is this important? He could do stuff for you guys. He could do it. He could make school more affordable. He could make food more affordable. He could make healthcare more affordable. He could address our plummeting dollar. There's a lot of things he could do right now. When's he going to do something for you? Is this for you? This one's for you? Yeah. You know what I fucking hate? Fucking hate when I turn on the movie and it's not shot in America. I walk out. I need to know before I go in, was this movie shot in America or not? I only see American-made movies. How is this for you? How is this? Who is it for? Be honest. Who's it for? Show me an executive order that isn't just benefiting rich people. Right here. He says, I talked to my friends in Hollywood and they really like this. Well, he's talking to, I don't know if he's talking about his delegation, which is like, who's that? It was that angry Mel Gibson. I can't remember who else was on his like Hollywood reach around team. Might be reach around team. What's this doing for you guys? This is helpful? We're taking time doing this. I have to cover this shit. I think maybe that's the most frustrating part. I would like to talk about other stuff sometimes. Every fucking day, turn on the news, and I got Trump doing some dumb shit, and he's not even doing it for you. He's just doing tariffs for the fuck of it. There you go. I gotta stop saying fuck. Sorry, I say it too much. He's doing it just for the heck of it. Where are we, guys?
Are actually giving big.
We're not at $1.98 right now. No, we're not. Nobody's at $1.98 gas. God damn.
Money. I mean, they're supporting them financially. So that's sort of a threat to our country in a sense. And
in a sense,
it's a very popular thing. I can tell you one thing. Movie makers love it.
Mr. President.
I don't think movie makers love it. Look, everything they're buying right now is going to be more expensive, and they're going to force them to shoot here. Look, a lot of them do. Like most of our war movies, any of the war movies that are filmed, supposed to be filmed in the Middle East, are usually filmed in like New Mexico or Arizona or Colorado or Utah, where you have like that kind of high desert with the more like shell ground. So I mean, we do that already. But again, how's that for you? Where's the stuff for you? This is probably what it is. It's probably all of these. It's probably all these deals. Here's Caroline Levitt. Now Fox News is like, no, this is a serious thing that we need to discuss. Here you go. Fox News talking to all their senior citizens who are about to have their Medicare cut. Don't worry, senior citizens. Help is on the way.
Update us on that.
The trade deals are continuing to move along in a positive and productive direction. The Secretary of Treasury, Secretary of Commerce, the President himself continue to be engaged on this every single day, keeping in mind the American worker and reshoring jobs here at home. You had a new announcement from the President yesterday. Tariffs on the film industry. We're going to make Hollywood great again. And it's
Bro, why are you involved in Hollywood? By the way, you heard what she said there. She said that we've got deals. We're working on deals. How come every time Trump and everybody else and Caroline Levitt say we've got all these deals that are in the works, and then somebody goes on TV that's actually making the deals and they say no? Here's Scott Bessent talking about all those deals with China right now.
You're heavily involved here. You have said they need to de-escalate and start that process for us to get going on trade talks. Have they made any effort at this point?
I think we could see substantial progress in the coming weeks. We'll see. That I think it's Stein's law, that which is not sustainable doesn't continue. So 145%, 125% tariff levels are the equivalent of an embargo.
Yep.
And we're reading every day what's happening with factories in China. And from an academic point of view, I can tell you that the history of trade battles, we are the deficit country. The surplus country always has the most to lose.
So they need to make more gestures? What?
I've got a question about that. Number one, we're admitting that there's no deals. He's just saying that they need to cave. Number two, I don't know if you guys caught that, but Scott Bessent just said that being the deficit country is what gives you leverage. Should we replay that again? Why would we not want to be the deficit country then?
The deficit country, the surplus country always has the most to lose.
So they need.
So the leverage is being the deficit country. So we're trying to do tariffs so that we're not the deficit country anymore. That's the plan. We have all the we have the leverage that we thought we needed. That they just don't need us. You understand? Like, China's not calling. There's a story. I can't find confirmation on it, so I'm just going to tell you. Let me take that back. There's a lot of confirmation on the story, but because people inside the Trump administration are afraid of their name coming out and them being fired if they leak, I believe the people that say there's multiple sources. Multiple sources are saying that the Trump administration keeps calling China, and China is putting them on a hold. And at least two sources I've come across say while they're on hold, they make him listen. They make the administration listen to speeches of Obama. I don't get it. What are we negotiating for, Scott Bessent? We're in a very strong position as the deficit country. What are you trying to become? We're trying to not be the deficit country anymore. Oh, all right. So we want to give away our leverage. Got it.
To make more gestures. What is it that you're looking for, and is that happening? Is there a negotiation about the negotiation?
Yeah, we'll see over the coming weeks, and we'll see what President Trump wants to accept.
Right. I mean, have they offered anything on the fentanyl, for instance, precursor ingredients?
Only what they have said publicly. So, and I can tell you,
there's no negotiations. Somebody said, like, why do you just repeat the fake news media every day? This is why it's a fucking cult, guys. Because Trump goes on there and Trump says negotiations are happening, and everybody involved in the negotiations goes, no, there's no negotiations. And then the news reports that, and you guys freak out and you go, fuck the news. They're lying. Trump is telling the truth. Why are all these people working for Trump not telling the truth then? Why are they pretending the negotiations aren't happening if the negotiations are happening? What's going on here? Once again, is this benefiting you, MAGA? Is this helpful to you? Is it helpful for you to have prices increase? Is it helpful for you that small businesses, mom and pop businesses, they're going to have to pay tariffs? And meanwhile, what's Trump doing? He's cutting tariffs for massive corporations. Apple, yeah, you're going to get an exception. Amazon, yeah, you're going to get an exception. Microsoft, yeah, you're going to get an exception. Tesla, yeah, you're going to get an exception. All these massive corporations are going to get exceptions for tariffs. The tariffs will put people out of business. And those massive corporations who handed Trump millions, unprecedented amounts of money, unprecedented, after he won the election, something like 10x the amount that they've given any other president post-election, they're all getting handouts. What are you getting? What if you own a business right now, or if you work for a business and part of your goods are imported? When's he going to step up and do something for you? You're in here blindly defending Trump, who's obviously lying. And anybody who's not political, if you just showed them all these clips, everybody in the world knows that Donald Trump is lying except for you guys. What else do we have to show you? How long can you continue this? Will you when you lose, like, if you lose your home, will you just double down? If you lose your job, will you just double down? If your wages don't go up, but the billionaires' money goes up, are you going to just be quiet? We're in the middle of one of the greatest transfers of wealth. And not only are we losing the trade deal or the trade war with China, the value of our currency is plummeting. The value of the dollar is plummeting. It's down something like 30. I want to get it. I know it was 9% the other day. I think it's like 30% overall. Facts, you are not shit. Go home and talk, big guy. None of them are going to come up here and talk. They're just going to insult from the audience. It's what we do, which is fine. Let me read some comments here. Where did that go? Brianna said, "Yeah, Jay, watch your language, or we'll have to clean your mouth." Or we'll have to clean your mouth out with pussy. Thank you. Jessica said Kamala went to the Met Gala. Trump wasn't invited. Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. When have Democrats done anything like this? That's a good question. Ever. Never. No, look, I am mad. Look, Daniel, I am mad. Daniel, I am mad that Trump won. I'm not a huge fan of Kamala. I think that there's some options. Yeah, I am mad. But the question I'm asking you, and unfortunately you guys are predictable, the question I'm asking is, what has he done for you? And you guys keep answering the question like we're asking you, are we upset about the election still? Of course we are. But we're asking you questions, and you guys don't have any answers. And I think that that's a weird way to live your life. I think that's a very strange way to live. Like, yeah, we'll figure it out. But in the meantime, we're just going to talk about everybody else. We're going to talk about nothing that Trump does. Botox doesn't hurt. Jen told me it doesn't hurt. Jumar said, welcome back. Hat boy, soy boy, stash boy, golf boy. Thank you. What's the number? It's not a number. So where are you? Who asked that? Peace always. You see the Venmo? That's Jen Dub 1. That's also Jen's username on Discord. We use Discord to facilitate calls. So you just add Jen on Discord and she can bring you up and we can talk. So Jen Dub 1 on Discord. We can bring you up and you can have a conversation. This was pretty cool. A group of hackers have hacked what is it? Global X, the airline helping Trump with deportations. They claim to have stolen passenger lists that reveal who was deported and when. Here's their tweet. Anonymous has decided to enforce the judge's order. Since you and your sycophant staff ignore lawful orders that go against your fascist plans, you lose again, Donnie. A federal judge ruled on May 1st, 2025, that the Trump administration's invocation of the Aliens Enemies Act of 1798 to remove alleged members of a Venezuelan gang from the country is unlawful. The president cannot summarily declare that a foreign nation or government has threatened or perpetrated an invasion or predatory incursion of the United States, followed by the identification of alien enemies subject to detention for removal. This proclamation makes no reference to and in no manner suggests that a threat exists of an organized, armed group of individuals entering the United States at the direction of Venezuela to conquer the country or assume control over the portion of the nation. Thus, the proclamation's language cannot be read as prescribing conduct that falls within the meaning of invasion for the purposes of the Alien Enemies Act. Now, this is not their words. This is Judge Fernandez Rodriguez, who is a Trump-appointed U.S. federal judge. Not a liberal, a Trump-appointed judge, allowing the president to unilaterally define the conditions when he may invoke the AEA and then summarily declare that those conditions exist, would remove all limitations to the executive branch's authority under the AEA and would strip the courts of their traditional role of interpreting congressional statutes to determine whether a government official has exceeded the statute's scope. The law does not support such a position. So what they've done is they went in and they have published the records from all the flights after that order. According to the reports, the hackers obtained information on flights 6143, 6145, and 6122 from March 15th, which sent immigrants to El Salvador against the court's order. Yeah, I think I read all that. So now that's out there, and we know that 75% of those people don't have criminal histories, or at least they don't have a criminal history that we can find. Homeland Security has not provided any of that information for us. Dustin said, Maga said tariffs will lead to no taxes for people making less than $150,000. Multiple have latched onto that insane lie. Debunk it? Yeah. Well, how? It's not in their tax plan. This is the thing about Donald Trump. Like, this is why it is a cult. Is because Donald Trump will tell you, like, this is what I'm going to do. You can read it. You can go read their tax plan. It's not fucking in there. You know, but they think that he's a king. They elected what they think is a king. It's a great question. Just go read their tax plan. Are we removing taxes on the middle class? Are we removing taxes on people making under $150,000? Or is he maybe just telling you this so that you'll ignore the fact that all he's doing is handing out money to his friends. Maybe that's what he's doing. You guys he keeps telling you, don't worry, I got you guys later. I got you. Hold on, I got you. I got to take care of some stuff. I got to do the tariffs first. You're going to pay on the tariffs, by the way. You're going to pay on the tariffs. I got to do that first, though. And then I also have a bunch of tax breaks I have to give to my billionaire friends. I got to do that. I also need to deregulate all crypto because there's a bunch of people who are running crypto scams who gave me money, and I need to make sure they don't go to jail. Plus, then I got to set up my own crypto scam. I'm going to do 2 of those. Eventually, he's going to get to you guys in the middle class. It's coming. It's on its way. USAID, not USAID. Yeah. What about USAID? What about it? How did that help you? You're not saving hardly any money on USAID when in total of the budget it's like less than 1% of 1%. You saved almost no money. It killed farmers. So farmers are losing their farms now. Farmers are going bankrupt. China's stepping into all those countries, and they're taking the funding we were giving, and now they're paying that funding. And now those countries are loyal to China. And so we're losing trade partners, and we're losing loyalty, and we're losing allies. But God, at least you guys get to talk about trans people some more. At least you get to talk about Sesame Street. Do you see the game? Like, I don't know why you guys fall for this shit. He tells you, like, oh, yeah, I'm with you. And then he just does a bunch of meaningless shit. And he tells you guys to focus on that. And don't you dare focus on this other shit that he's doing. Don't you dare focus on the real work that he's doing. The real work he's doing to make sure that his billionaire friends get all the benefits. And you're getting nothing. All you get is something you get to a Facebook post. And you get to go put it on your liberal friends' Facebook. And you could be like, yeah, well, you guys are just mad now that you don't get to have your trans orchestra in Russia. I don't remember where all that shit was. See what I mean? Like, none of that shit matters to you. It honestly doesn't. It doesn't affect you one bit. It's just the only thing that you guys have to talk about. If Trump was doing good things for the middle class, you wouldn't be talking about USAID. You would be talking about the good things he's doing for the middle class. But he's not. Think about it. Think about everything you guys have said today in this live. You guys are salty. Liberal terrorists are delicious. USAID. You like immigrants. Nothing for you. Nothing. You wake up every day and you hop on the internet and you defend a man blindly who is doing nothing for you. I'm issuing the challenge. Every MAGA in the chat, come up and tell me one thing Donald Trump has done that makes your life better. One thing he's done that has targeted the middle class. Just one thing. He's not doing anything for you. Not one thing. And that's the thing. Like, I like, all my friends are conservatives. You guys are far more likely to get along with me than you are with other liberals. Far more. Like, I look at me. Do I not look like I'm headed to a Morgan Wallen concert right now? Is that not what I look like? We're not that different. We're really not. The only difference between you and the rest of us right now is that you have pledged loyalty to a guy. Just a fucking guy. If Donald Trump was doing things that made it less expensive for my daughter to go to school, where she was getting a better education, if he was doing something to drop my healthcare costs, I'd admit it. I still wouldn't like him. I don't like him. We don't have to agree on whether or not we like him or not. And I'll be real honest about the main difference I see between conservatism and or MAGA and the rest of the world. You punch down. MAGA only punches down. When you guys say, like, oh, MAGA, like, conservative comedy's dead. Yeah, because you punch down. And people don't really like that. Nobody likes the person who punches down. Nobody, when I'm going to hate on LeBron James because I don't really like LeBron. But, like, when LeBron James goes after a reporter for just asking a question, most of us are like, dude, it's just a question. Just answer the question. And then you have, like, the dick riders who are like, yeah, fuck that. He doesn't owe you guys anything. That's what you're all just dick riders for Donald Trump. He's just out here punching down at marginalized communities over and over and over and over again. That's the difference. It's also why comedy has always been progressive. It's always punching up. It's why movies have always been progressive. They're punching up. You know who's always, like, name a movie where punching down, punching marginalized communities. When's that the good guy? You got, even when you conservatives make these shitty fucking movies, like the shittiest fucking movies, even when you guys make those movies, you don't punch down in the movies. It's always going after the people at the top. And where you're confused is that you think Donald Trump is taking out the deep state, that he's taking out people at the top. And he's not. He's in bed with the people at the top. He is the top. Donald Trump's the top. He is the top. He's sitting up there with all his with all his billionaire friends, and he's just punching down repeatedly. And you guys are like, look at him undoing the deep state. I watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's one of my favorite shows. My favorite, I think it's actually 2 episodes. My favorite 2 episodes of It's Always Sunny are when they go back to their high school reunion. And they all go and they're like, they get there. Dennis is a psycho, obviously, but they've all kind of been picked on. Even Dennis, he just doesn't know it. And they're like, we're going to get revenge. We're going to go back to this high school reunion and we're going to get revenge, which is like the plot of so many movies, right? It was the nerd who, she let her hair down and took off her glasses and, oh Lord, she's hot. So they all go back there, and immediately D gets taken in by like the bullies, and D immediately becomes a bully. And starts punching. That's you guys. You just like that you're the bully, I think. I think you like being on that side. Because that's ultimately what MAGA is. Look at all the executive orders Donald Trump has done. It's all going after marginalized communities. It's not zero. Zero of his executive orders are going after the 1%. He does have executive orders that benefit the 1%, telling him, yeah, go ahead, turn your social media platform into a payment system app. And don't worry about that pesky SEC. We'll get them the fuck out of the way. Don't worry about them. I think that's what we have. Like, you guys are D. The Republicans didn't used to be this way. And then Trump came in and he bullied his way to the top of the Republican Party. And a lot of you thought, finally. That's why we see like these Christian nationalists that are so hateful and so spiteful. You're like, how did you get from like Christian to this? It's because they were othered. And Trump understands this. Trump goes after the people who feel like they haven't had a voice. And I'm going to say this to you. Many of you have never had a voice. Most of MAGA has never had a voice. Those of you that are coming from rural areas that throw on your MAGA hat, that you go and you do your 9 to 5 and then you work 4 extra hours of overtime every fucking day, and you put in 60 hours a week, and you bust your ass to try and get your family ahead. And you see Donald Trump talking about elites like Hillary Clinton and whatever, the tech people, the bankers, and you're like, yeah, fuck that. I know those people are the problem. That's what Occupy Wall Street was about. That's what the Tea Party was supposed to be about. We had all these grassroots movements of people on the right saying, we don't have a fucking voice, because even the people that represent us, they just go to Washington and they do the bidding of the deep state or the 1%. And so when Trump came around, he told you, like, I'm that guy. I'm part of that group, but I'm not part of that. Look, they don't like me. So I'm going to fuck their whole shit up. And you guys are like, finally. And I get that. It's the same reason people flocked to Bernie Sanders. People want the rich to be punched in the mouth. All of us do. We all know that they've rigged the system. And you guys believed that in 2016. When you guys first put on that MAGA hat, when it was still fresh. When you first had those Trump rallies were massive. That movement was massive. And it was a bunch of you that were like, nobody cares about me. Nobody thinks about me. This guy's saying it. Look at him. He's telling Hillary Clinton right there on stage, yeah, I don't pay taxes because you guys write the laws for us. And we just pay you to write the laws. So that's why I don't pay taxes. And a lot of Americans saw that and they were like, fuck yeah, I loved it. Look at this. Look at this guy up there telling her, looking across the stage at the deep state and going, yeah, this is on you, not me. Don't blame it on me. And then somehow you just forgot. And then you just let him do the same thing that she did. Unsecured emails? No problem. Mishandling classified documents? No problem. Campaign finance violations? No problem. It's fine. Using congressionally appropriated funds to leverage somebody to give you dirt on a political opponent, no problem. But goddamn, that tarmac meeting that the Clintons had, that was a problem. You know, the judge in Trump's case, his daughter works for the Dems. That's a problem. You guys got duped, and you all forgot who you were in 2016. I respected you guys in 2016. I didn't agree with you. I thought Trump was a fraud. I thought he was a con man, and I happened to be right. And I wasn't any more educated than anybody else. I just happened to be right. We just happened to be right that this is what he was going to do. But where the fuck is the 2016 version of you? Trump was polling at 2% with the GOP. So most of you weren't Trump supporters at first. He won you over. And I guarantee he won you over doing all that. He pointed at Jeb Bush. He's like, your family sent us to war in Iraq. Your family ignored Congress. Like, Congress is the ones that's supposed to declare war. You guys just took us to war. And then you did drone strikes all over the world. Obama was a drone striker in chief. You guys love war. And then, like a month into office, he's like, you know what? We're not going to report our drone strikes anymore because we're doing a lot of them. And none of you cared. And that's the real frustration. Because we can find common ground on Hillary Clinton. And we can find common ground on Obama. And we can find common ground on the elites. But as soon as we bring up that Trump is their buddy, that everything he does is for them, then we lose you. So I just want to know, like, did your principles change? Because if your principles didn't change, where the fuck are you? That's why we say it's a cult. The very thing that made you love him, he doesn't do. He's doing the exact opposite of everything you love. All that shit he talked about. And now you guys have just become a party that just like punches down, calls everything fake news, refuses to engage in a real discussion, praises him no matter what he does, and you get fucking nothing for it. His first administration, you got nothing. The wealth gap got bigger. Things got more expensive. You got nothing for it. But you know who did? Rich people. Rich people got a lot, and they're getting even more now. So I just want to know, like, what the fuck happened to you guys? Where'd you go? Mary said, best live. Amanda says, $2 train. Thank you very much. Let me check these real quick. Then I'll get on. Sorry, I didn't know I was going to be so ranty this morning. Honestly, I'm just frustrated. I'm tired of losing friends. I'm tired of losing family. I'm tired of feeling like I'm walking on eggshells all the time. Where, like, you have to be careful even saying the name Trump, because if you do, it's so triggering to people that the conversation's over. Siobhan said, for the seeds, for the non-community garden. Tony said, I agree. I disagree. We have morals. They don't. I don't know, Tony. Like, there's some people on our side of the aisle that I don't think have morals. I think there's some people on our side of the aisle that just argue that Trump is bad because that's what they believe. They just believe Trump bad. I go to those lives too. I'm usually on an alt account, but I watch the lives too. I can tell you that not everybody on our side argues from a point where I might agree with what they're saying, but it's pretty clear that they don't know what they're saying. It's pretty clear a lot of times that people just want to go after Trump. That's fair. That is a fair criticism from conservatives. That's a fair criticism from MAGA. If it's not specific, if you can't explain it, don't waste your time. But the problem that I have is when we get to stuff that we'd like an explanation for, and we have good backing for, and nobody wants to talk about it. Speaking to a wealthy pot of MAGA, say they got money and white skin. Ooh, got those rich MAGA. By the way, I'll read anything the MAGAs write too. All you got to do is send a super chat or Cash App, PayPal, or Venmo, because unlike other places, we are crowdfunded. And unlike other creators, we do not believe in running fundraisers and then stealing all the money and then canceling anybody who calls us out about that. We are anti-stealing. So we are pro being funded by the audience. I'll tell you, Jen can attest to this. It's not like we don't have offers. It's not like I don't get an email every single day from people trying to get us to promote a product with guaranteed money every single day. But we're not gonna promote things that, one, we don't believe in, and two, that aren't relevant to what we're doing. So I think being crowdfunded forces you to be accountable to the people that watch you and not accountable to sponsors. So as long as we can avoid those types of sponsors, we will. Kathy said the only thing Trump followed through with is being a dictator on day one. Yeah, he didn't quit, though. It wasn't just one day. Amy said Trump spending more, causing more debt, crashing market, raising prices, and deporting less. Winning? Question mark. You guys may remember Maine Governor Janet Mills. Trump tried to do his bully shit. This one drove me nuts at the time. Is this shit? Damn it, I didn't want this one. Let me see if I can find on YouTube. This isn't the one I wanted because it has background music that's going to get me flagged. Let's see. Where was it? I'm sorry, guys. I forgot to change out the link. I know there's one in here because I found it earlier.
I stood in the way.
There we go. All right, here's the first call.
Complied immediately, by the way. That's good.
Call. So this was the governor's luncheon when Trump decided to take some time out to target and threaten people at the governor's luncheon.
The NCAA has complied immediately, by the way. That's good. But I understand Maine. Is Maine here, the governor of Maine? Well, are you not going to
Joey said, you can't actually defend anything we bring up. Your following proves these popular libs have a broke mentality. You could use the $5. Let's go, Trump. You haven't brought up anything, Joey. Where are you? You can come up anytime, bud.
comply with it?
But thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. And you're welcome to be here. Talk that shit. We love that. This is not an echo chamber. We beg for it not to be an echo chamber every day. So for the Maga in the chat talking shit, that's what you're here for. That's what some of the... We got people on Twitch who don't want to see it. The shit talk, they go to Twitch. If you want to talk some shit, be here in Maga. You're welcome. And thanks, Joey. I really do appreciate you donating.
I'm complying with state and federal laws.
Sorry, let me go back a
little.
little.
You not going to comply with it?
I'm complying with state and federal laws.
We are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it because you're not going to get any federal funding at all if you don't. And by the way, your population, even though it's somewhat liberal, although I did very well there, your population doesn't want men playing in women's sports. So you better comply because otherwise you're not getting any federal funding.
See you in court.
Every state, good. I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one.
That's what I'm talking about, though. Like this is exactly what he did to Ukraine. He does not control federal funds. To be clear, Donald Trump is not allowed to deny federal funds that have been congressionally approved. Now, can Maine be sued if they refuse to comply with the Title IX changes? Sure, they can. Even though I disagree with this administration's view on Title IX, view on trans people, there are things that they can do. But pulling back federal funding from other programs is not something the president can do. It's why he got impeached over Ukraine. I want to be clear on that. Like, I feel like, again, this is one of those places where us and MAGA, like, if we could just come together on what's real and what's not real, then maybe we could find some common ground. What happened, the reason Trump got impeached the first time, Congress approved money to go to Ukraine. Trump has 90 days where he can hold on to that money and he can talk to Ukraine and he can negotiate. After 90 days, that money must be released. If Donald Trump does not want that money to be released, he has to go back to Congress, and Congress has to agree with him, basically. But he didn't do that. He didn't go through Congress. He just changed it. He's just like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to hold on to this money until you give me what I want personally. That's why he was impeached, because you can't do that. And that's why Joe Biden didn't get in trouble for two reasons. One, Congress was on board with Joe Biden. Both Republicans and Democrats and all of our allies were on board. And Congress agreed that we should not give Ukraine money anymore if they were not going to fire the prosecutor who was not investigating anybody. He was just doing the bidding of Russia. And so we put pressure. They fired the prosecutor. And the next prosecutor, one of the first things they did is went and investigate Burisma, where Joe Biden's son sat on the board. And the former prosecutor and the owner of Burisma ran to Russia. That's the true story of what happened. Trump doesn't tell that story. MAGA doesn't tell that story because everything has to be a fucking psyop. We can't just live in reality. Trump could have avoided all of that, by the way, by just saying, you know what, my bad. And we probably would have accepted it. You guys certainly would have. And a lot of people in Congress would have, if he would have just been like, you know what, I'm new to this government thing. I thought I could do this. I realize I can't now. I get it. That's my bad. I apologize to Ukraine. I apologize to the American people. I fucked that one up. I shouldn't have done that. You're right. No problem. But instead, because he can't admit that he's wrong, we had to go through this impeachment trial where they were just making shit up. Well, the truth is that Ukraine is hiding Hillary Clinton's server. Excuse me? Like, do we even know how dumb that is? Real question for MAGA. Do you know how dumb that is? We have Hillary Clinton's server. It was wiped. And we know all the classified emails that were sent. Because the classified emails are sent to her, and then they were forwarded to her server. So we have the incoming message, and we have the outgoing message. We have all of it. But what they wanted is personal emails of Hillary Clinton. Emails that the American people have no right to, frankly. Emails that may contain crimes, possibly. Who knows? But unless we can state a specific crime, we don't get access to those emails. He wanted dirt. But that's why he got impeached. And that's what he just tried to do right here. And this goes to prove he got impeached then. It was against the law. And he lost here too. This man has no respect for the Constitution, and he doesn't learn.
And enjoy your life after governor, because I don't think you'll be in elected politics.
Oh my goodness. I love that he just had that exchange right there.
So then what happens is then turns out he's wrong. So Trump tried to use the FDA, and he said, FDA, you're not sending any funds to Maine. And $3 million of that was to feed starving children. Not starving children, feed children. School lunch program. It was to feed children. Trump is so fucking petty that he withheld federal funds that go to feed children. And the courts ruled you can't do that. And so the FDA said, we'll release the funds. Maine's governor said, we'll drop the lawsuit. We just wanted the funds. We can fight out the rest of the shit in court. But I've got two problems with this. Number one, I've got a problem with the fact that people think it's a good idea for the president to threaten governors from the bully pulpit. I have a problem with that. Just the optics alone are startling. But number two, I have a problem with people looking at what just happened here and going online and saying the Republicans online, they're lying. Trump won that lawsuit. She dropped it. Yeah, she did. She got what she wanted. But we're not looking at, again, always punching down. There's a theme with this presidency. There's a theme with this presidency that you've never seen with anybody else. And it's the amount of children he's willing to let die. And I'm not talking about Maine. Like, he'll let them starve or be hungry. I got to use the words correctly. He'll let them be hungry. He doesn't give a shit about children. But go look at the pictures coming out of fuck it, we'll just do it. I'm going to derail for a second. Let's talk about the Palestinian children right now. Let's talk about the fact that Israel is not allowing aid and food to get to children in Palestine. And the only people who can stop Israel from doing this is us. And we do nothing about it. Have you guys, Mag, I want to know, have you guys looked at the pictures coming out? By the way, these are not Hamas. This is not Hamas. These are Palestinians. I'm going to show you, I'm going to give you a trigger warning, everybody, because I'm going to show you some children who do not look to be in good health. This is a Palestinian child holding a picture of herself. And that's her now. And we could feed them. We could just tell Israel, knock it the fuck off. Let the aid get through, please. You guys don't have children? There's no humanity here? We're going to let children starve to death? What was our response to this? Now we're bombing Yemen? Yemen, by the way, let's be real fucking honest about what happened here. Yemen wasn't involved in the conflict between Israel and Palestine, or let's say Israel and Hamas. They were not involved. But because cameras exist, and because the whole world knows that Israel doesn't give a fuck about Palestinians, they stopped giving food and aid to men, women, and goddamn children. And the people in Yemen, who, small country, the Houthis, said, fuck that. Those are children. That's the good guys. The Houthis are the good guys in this scenario. Okay, let's be very clear. Just this scenario. I'm not talking broadly. This scenario. They entered the fight for children. And that's why you started seeing ships being attacked. Because what the Houthis said is, if you're not going to let aid come in to feed starving children, then we're not going to let you bring in aid for war. We're not going to let you bring in aid for other things. And our response to seeing the Houthis stand up for starving children was to indiscriminately drone strike them. And we have killed hundreds of innocent people in response to the Houthis standing up for starving fucking children. This is embarrassing. It's disgusting. What the fuck happened to us? How have we become this country? How have you become somebody who can sit here and watch this happen? Is there any humanity? I've got a 5-year-old daughter. I'm about to fucking cry every time I watch one of these. Because I would give my last breath for my daughter. There is not anything I wouldn't do to make sure my daughter got what she needed, and these Palestinians have no options. Put yourself in those shoes of those parents. What would you do? What are you going to do if you're a Palestinian in a concentration camp with no access to food and no access to water? And your child looked like she looked on the phone, and now she looks like this. And we're out here going, oh, war has consequences. Oh, Hamas shouldn't have done it. Shut the fuck up. That's a child. Can we not agree on this? This is what I'm talking about. It's always punching down every fucking time. This administration says, fuck Palestine, fuck Ukraine. And you know why Trump does that? You know why this administration seems to always be on the side of the bully? Because Donald Trump is a pussy. And he always has been. He was a bully in elementary school. He was a bully in junior high. He got sent to a military school because he was such a piece of shit. And his parents couldn't figure out what to do with him, that he had to go to military school. And in military school, he tried the same shit. And that's why he didn't have any friends in military school. And that's why everybody who went to school with him talked shit about him then, too. And then he went to college, where he didn't do well. And then he took over the family business, which he didn't do well. And go research into how Trump, you want to talk about like Trump inherited his money from his father. There's a lot of parts of those stories about Donald Trump that we leave out. There's a big portion of those stories that we leave out, including the story about how Trump was going bankrupt. And Trump's dad was dying. And Trump's dad didn't have his faculties. And Trump needed a bailout. And so Trump convinced his dad to take money away from other people in the will and give control to Donald Trump. The other siblings didn't get their share. Donald did, to stay afloat. He got his dad to come in and spend $5 million at his casino and never cash in the chips, just so that Trump wouldn't look like a failure on a national stage. Trump didn't just inherit money. He also stole that money from his family. And he did it by convincing his dad, whose health was in the toilet, to sign over power to him. He always sides with people more. And then he became friends with Roy Cohn. All of Trump's friends, all of his real life friends are scummy, like scum of the earth people. Roy Cohn, scum of the earth. Jeffrey Epstein, scum of the earth. Michael Cohen, scumbag. I hope that Michael Cohen is the person he says he is now. But I read his book. And I read his book after the Trump stuff. And even in that book, I was like kind of a scumbag. Rudy Giuliani, scumbag. Roger Stone, scumbag. Everybody he surrounds himself with is just somebody who is thin-skinned, frail, and they punch down. Stephen Miller, scumbag, punch down. And we got starving children all over the world. And we got Trump withholding school lunch just to be petty all the fucking time. This is what I'm talking about. Like the punching down, I just don't get it. I don't understand the racism. I don't understand the homophobia, the transphobia. I don't understand any of this. I don't understand how you all went from somebody who recognized that you didn't have representation to fuck it. We still don't have representation, but at least we're all making fun of the same people. For the life of me, I don't know how we got here. Purple Kitty said, feeding children is the right choice in every situation. This is a disgusting level of cruel. Trump has no soul. Look, if anybody thinks Trump's a good guy at this point, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Nobody thinks he's a good guy. None of you would ever trust him in any scenario in your personal life. Bean says, free Palestine all day and every day. Amy said, Trump has lost 93% of his cases, including the one from Maine. Yeah, it's like 120 cases now. Joey said, you can't actually... Oh, I did that one. I already got that one from Joey. Annette says, come on, everyone, join the dollar train. Thank you, Annette. I appreciate that. Missed it there. Alyssa said, Trump is the biggest man bitch in the country, and his little man bitch minions cheer it on while also claiming to be alpha males and support traditional masculinity. There's nothing strong or impressive about being cruel and supporting cruelty. Do better, MAGA. Look, I agree with that. And I'm just going to say it over and over again. If you write a book, if you write a movie, Donald Trump is never the hero. Donald Trump would never be the hero. Punching down would never be heroicism. Locking people up, mass deportation, mass incarceration, that's never the hero. Show me somebody in history who is a hero that did mass deportation and mass imprisonment. None of them are heroes. I think you just like it. I think some of you think like this is maybe the guy we need to get back to where we were. We can't go back to where we were. The problems that you have in your life, the real problems that you have in your life, are frankly caused by capitalism. We can be real honest about that. Look, I think all economic structures have faults, and you could spend all day picking out the problems with capitalism or socialism or communism, and I could spend all day on any of them. But all of the problems that we have in this country are caused by capitalism, by unchecked capitalism. Go ahead, tell me, Republicans, tell me a real problem we have in this country that isn't caused by capitalism. I was thinking about it with, it was funny. It was actually, I watched a Charlie Kirk clip the other day, and Charlie Kirk was trying to make an argument about how in the NBA, if they said like we can only have 30% black players, would the product be worse? And they're like, yeah, of course it would be worse. And then I started thinking about like, well, what is the problem with the NBA? A lot of us liked the NBA better when like Fred Roberts and Frank Brukowski and Greg Ostertag were out there. There was always like every team just had like one Magoo that was out there to take up space and foul. And it did make for a different product. And my thought was like, well, we actually would have that product if the NBA, instead of having 32 teams, had 64 teams, right? But the NBA needs a monopoly, and the players want to have the most amount of money possible. And so we don't have a massive league, right? Why? Because everybody understands in this country that if you want to be rich, you have to be part of a monopoly. And so it was just, I was thinking about that in terms of that. I think sports in general have been absolutely crushed by capitalism. You don't like that a football game is 5 hours long and it has 300 commercials? Capitalism. You don't like that the rules change to keep players healthier? Capitalism. It's always money. All of our problems are caused by people who want more money at the expense of whatever. Such a simp. Thanks, Kenneth. You can come up here and tell me about it. I'd love to have you. You can call me a simp all you want. I don't come to these ideas. I don't come to these ideas quickly. This is years and years. Capitalism works unchecked. Yeah, I agree with you there, Jay. You need strict checks on capitalism. The free market capitalism, no, it doesn't work. Especially if you allow things to operate in free markets that aren't free markets, that don't operate under the same principles, like healthcare, for example. It doesn't operate under the same principles of the free market. They just had to think, say minimum wage is communism. Yeah, that's the thing. Every time we do anything, every time we try and reverse course and try and make your life better and make everything in America a little more fair, some rich dude stands up and tells you that this is communism. And then you're like, oh, yeah, that's right. I hate communism. I'd rather live in this than communism. You don't know, first of all. And where is communism? Communism isn't played out anywhere across the world. God, I'm moving slow through this today. I'll skip that. Let's see. Skip that. I can get some of those later. Let me jump down. I want to go over some of this Meet the Press stuff. I was going to cover this yesterday. I know it's kind of
so
old
let's
news,
talk about
but I still want to share my thoughts on it. So Trump met with Meet the Press. What's her name again? What is her name? What is her name? Somebody help me on her name. Why can't I remember her name? Kristen Welker. That's right. Skip. No, I would want to skip this if I was MAGA too. I'd probably try and skip this. I just have a couple clips. I have 5 or 6 clips I want to play from this interview. This was insane. I was talking to one of my conservative friends, and I told him, I was like, one of the hardest things about consuming this content sometimes is like, I see it and I want to text you and be like, how do you not see this as insane? But it doesn't really work. Donald Trump doesn't know what he's talking about in almost this entire interview. I want you guys put your hand up during this interview. We're going to ask questions. When they ask a question, then he gives an answer. I want you to put your hand up if he answered the question. Okay, we're going to go through it that way.
So let's talk about this because obviously you've had a back and forth with the Supreme Court. In a 9-0 decision, the Supreme Court directed your administration to facilitate the return. You've talked about this in the past of Kilmar Abrego Garcia from a prison in El Salvador, whose deportation your administration called an administrative error. You said in a recent interview you could bring him back, but you won't. Are you defying the Supreme Court, sir?
No, I'm relying on the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, who's very capable, doing a great job, because I'm not involved in the legality or the illegality. I have lawyers to do that, and that's why I have a great DOJ. We have a great one.
But here's my problem now. One, did he answer the question? Raise your hand if he answered the question. It's 42 seconds. Remember, here's the question.
In a 9-0 decision, the Supreme Court directed your administration to facilitate the return. You've talked about this in the past of Kilmar Abrego Garcia from a prison in El Salvador, whose deportation your administration called an administrative error. You said in a recent interview you could bring him back, but you won't. Are you defying the Supreme Court, sir?
No.
The question is, are you defying the Supreme Court? Is he? This is easy. The answer is yes. The answer is yes, he's defying if the Supreme Court says something and you don't do it, you're defying the Supreme Court. And then he says something that I don't know why people aren't picking up on this.
Well, I'm relying on the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, who's very capable, doing a great job, because I'm not involved in the legality or the illegality. I have lawyers to do that, and that's why
Those aren't his lawyers. The Attorney General is not the president's lawyer. And the Attorney General doesn't get to say you can defy a Supreme Court order. So the answer to this question, by the way, and he's answering it in a roundabout way now without having to admit that he's defying the Supreme Court. And Donald Trump does this every time. Donald Trump, this is why I said Mr. Jones is like Donald Trump. What did he just do? He was asked a question about his administration? Are they defying Supreme Court orders? And he goes, no, I'm not doing it. It's Pam Bondi. It's the attorney general. It's the lawyers. Don't ask me. I'm just the president. See, he always blames somebody else. Somebody else will always take the fall for Donald Trump. Pam Bondi's fucked after this, by the way. Like, Pam Bondi's going to be in a world of trouble for all the shit that she's done.
Have a great DOJ. We have a great one. We had a very corrupt one before. Now we have a great one. And they're not viewing the decision the way you said it. They don't view it that way at all. They think it's a totally different decision.
Well, you say you have the power to bring.
That's wild. They don't get to determine that. They don't get to determine whether or not they like the decision or they agree with it. It's the decision. That's how our courts work. Labs don't understand the meaning of facilitate.
Back though,
fine. I'm cool with that. Let's just say I don't understand the word facilitate. If we're gonna sit up here and call me dumb for not understanding the word facilitate, you're gonna have to explain to me why Donald Trump and Stephen Miller both said that the Supreme Court ordered 9-0 in their favor, that they didn't have to do it. See, like, you guys have such different standards. Like, Donald Trump can be dead wrong, and you're like, that's all right, people can be wrong. And then if we get something like a little off, then you jump on it. But none of you are ever willing to admit that Donald Trump's wrong. Where's this fucking answer? The Supreme Court ruled 9-0. We're at a place in America. It's 2025. This is my frustration. If I have to convince you that the Supreme Court ruling 9-0 means that is the law, then we're way past like this idea of the Constitution. We're now at the point where you and I are arguing, should the Supreme Court exist or should Donald Trump be able to do whatever the fuck he wants? And you guys are arguing Donald Trump should be able to do whatever the fuck he wants. And I'm arguing that we have checks and balances and it's the Supreme Court's job to interpret the law, and they interpreted the law and they said that you needed to facilitate it, which, by the way, when the Supreme Court says you need to facilitate this, you can't just come back and say, we offered a plane. Right? That's not facilitating it. If we want to look up like the legal definition of facilitate, let's look it up real quick. It generally means to assist or help bring about something, often making it easier or more likely to occur. It can also refer to helping something run more smoothly and effectively, like facilitating a discussion. The Supreme Court is going to say, did you facilitate it? And he's going to say, well, I sent a plane. And the Supreme Court is going to say, why wasn't he on that plane? And he's going to say, Bekele didn't want to put him on the plane. And what did Bekele said? Bekele said, what did Bekele say? Bekele said, I can't put him on a plane because Trump told me not to put him on a plane. And El Salvador has confirmed they do not suspect him of a crime, they have not convicted him of a crime, and they are not holding him as a criminal in El Salvador. They are holding him at the request of the United States. You can't say facilitate and then not do everything you can to facilitate the return. See what I mean? Like, and that's what you guys are arguing. You think I don't know why you think that our country just gets to run, that there's all these fucking loopholes. Well, the Supreme Court said facilitate, but we sent a plane, so fuck him. No due process. And none of you would defend this if it had nothing to do with Trump. Like, if this thing had just happened and the president wasn't involved, if this had just happened, none of you would be defending it. None of you would be out here every day going, oh, well, due process really shouldn't apply to everybody. Even though the courts have ruled that due process means literally anybody in this country gets due process. Literally. Everybody in this country gets due process. Unless, by the way, this is the loophole. Let's be very clear. The loophole that they're using is that after 9/11, we had the Patriot Act, and we created ICE, and we gave Homeland Security all this extra control because we were like, hey, we can't have this happen on our homeland again. And we didn't. And then Trump's people going through everything, Project 2025, they're just looking for loopholes. So Project 2025 said, hey, check this out. I think we figured something out. Call it an invasion. And then because there's an invasion, you could use the Alien Enemies Act. And then you can deport them and you can skip the courts. problem that we have here, there is no invasion. You just heard we kicked the show off saying border crossings are at historic lows. As soon as Trump came in, everybody stopped coming to the border. Okay, well then where's the invasion? And then they say like, well, even though there's an invasion, now you've got to accuse them of a crime that labels them as a terrorist. So then they're like, oh, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua are terrorist groups. Okay, cool. So we can round up people from those gangs. Great. How are we going to determine that? How are we going to determine if they're in a gang? And this is where it got fucked up. Because the Trump administration said, we just say it. We'll just say that they're in a gang. 75% of the people who've been sent to El Salvador, there's no evidence that they're in a gang. Whether you like what Trump's doing or not, I don't know how you can look at this any differently. We are saying that one person can designate a group a gang and then accuse somebody of being in that gang and then send that person to prison for life with an accusation of being a member of the gang. And the guy, by the way, that's doing it can't even spot Photoshop. Thinks that the MS-13 were actual tattoos on his hand. This is the part I don't understand what we're looking at differently. You think that our Constitution was set up for a secret loophole where we could just call somebody a terrorist and then deport them without any evidence? And by the way, Trump keeps losing on this in courts. He's losing over and over and over again in court. But you guys are just defending it. This is why I say, like, it comes off fucking culty. Because we say all the time, like, oh, you guys just hammer Trump. And it's true. I hammer Trump every single day. But if you defend every single accusation, even when it's against what you said you stood for 3 years ago, that's why I say you're in a cult. How the fuck can we not agree that you shouldn't just be able to be put in prison for life just by somebody saying you're a member of a gang? By the way, a gang, MS-13, that was started in the United States. There's no accusation against the Venezuelan government. Trump hasn't accused Venezuela of sending people here to take over our country. He's doing deals with Venezuela. So we got an American-made gang full of Venezuelans and apparently people from El Salvador. Trump hasn't said that Venezuela is sending them here. People like Abrego Garcia is not from Venezuela. No evidence that he's part of a gang and he's in prison for life. That's the thing. Like, that's the part I can't figure out with you guys. We can disagree on his policies. We can disagree on Republican versus Democrat, liberal versus conservative, how much free market there should be versus how little, where the government should step in, where the government shouldn't step in. But we can't even agree that Trump is just saying, fuck you to the Constitution. He's ignoring the courts, and he's finding loopholes as ways to, again, punch down, to, again, go after immigrants. We have historic rises of immigration and historic low crime rates. These 20 million people that he claims came in, they were coming in and they were the worst of the worst, and they're coming in and they're hitting women over the head with bats and throwing them in front of subways, and they're bringing all their crime. Well, then why did crime go down? How did we get 20 million criminals in this country and crime went down? How did that happen? Did you guys ever check that out? You ever think, like, where is this massive crime spike? Where did it come from? And that's a good point. They don't deport the Chicago gangs or the LA gangs. That's a great point. You know what? I don't know. I don't remember who heard this or said this. I heard it on a podcast the other day. You know what's interesting to me about all of these violent gang members? Not one of them's had like a shootout with police. Not one of them was found like with guns. Like the one thing that like a guy went out the side door at court and that's enough. Holy shit! Can you believe that guy went out a different door? Where's the shootouts? Where's the violence? Why are these criminals, these violent criminals, going down so easily? Especially knowing they're going to be in prison for life. They're not preparing for that. Where are those stories? Every time I see an ICE raid, they're just trotting people out that are obviously scared for their lives, And they weren't doing any gang activity at the time. They beat up a cop in a subway. Did those people get deported? Brad, I remember, if you were talking about the same case of the people who beat up the cops, those people were given due process and deported. But they had due process. So you're telling me Abrego Garcia didn't commit a crime, gets no due process, but the people who beat a police officer up, they got due process? I'm just saying, like, how the fuck can you guys sit here and watch this and pretend it's good? Like, why? Not even that. Why defend it? At the very least, shut up about it. I don't know. I can't believe you defend it. That's what really fucks me up.
Your attorney general says, quote, that's up to El Salvador. Just to put a fine point on this, do you have the power to bring Abrego Garcia back as the Supreme Court?
Well, I have the power to ask for him to come back if I'm instructed by the attorney general that it's legal to do so. But the decision as to whether...
Again, no, the attorney general is not your lawyer, and the attorney general doesn't instruct the president what to do. The Supreme Court does. Quick, show me the part in the Constitution that says that when the Supreme Court rules that the president must then check with the attorney general to see if the Supreme Court was right. This guy doesn't know. And you guys are defending this. Like, the reason I want to show these clips is because Donald Trump's an idiot. And he doesn't understand any of this stuff. And you guys are following an idiot. But in what world does the Supreme Court rule 9-0 and you got to check with the attorney general first? Come on. You guys are better than this. I swear to God, I know you guys are better than this. I know you're not this dumb. I know it. You just, there's this, I get it. I'm annoying. I annoy you. Liberals annoy you. They annoy me too. I'm mad at half the fucking liberals on TikTok right now. They bother me too. I'm with you. But can we just agree that this is unconstitutional? What he's saying right now is unconstitutional. There is no scenario where the Supreme Court rules and the president has to wait for the attorney general to greenlight. That doesn't exist anywhere in our Constitution. There is no checks and balances that require the president to check with the attorney general before complying with the Supreme Court order. You know what I mean? Like, none. That's not part of this. That's not part of our justice system. It's not part of our Constitution.
Whether or not he should come back will be the head of El Salvador. He's a very capable man.
Well, and your attorney general has said the issue is with that word facilitate. Will you seek clarification from the Supreme Court? Do you need to go back to the Supreme Court?
We may do that. I was asking about that. We may do that.
Your Secretary of State says everyone who's here, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Do you agree, Mr. President?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
Well, the Fifth Amendment says
I don't know. It seems
it's weird because same guy. This is petty, but could you guys help me out here? It's the same guy who stands on the stage all the time and says nobody knows the Constitution better than I do. Nobody loves the Constitution better than I do. He makes all these wild claims about how brilliant he is, and you guys let that happen. And then when he shows that he doesn't know anything about it, you're like, well, how would he? How would he? Why are you hiring somebody to do this job that doesn't know anything about it?
It seems it might say that, but if you're talking about that, then we'd have to have 1 million or 2 million or 3 million trials. We have thousands of people that are some murderers and some drug dealers and some of the worst people on earth, some of the worst, most dangerous people on earth. And I was elected to get them the hell out of here, and the courts are holding me from doing it.
But
yeah, it doesn't matter what the people elected you to do, right? Like this is that like we have a mandate thing. You can't be if you have a mandate to ignore the Constitution, you don't have a legal mandate. You have enablers. And that's what he's saying here. Like, I was mandated to do this thing, and the courts that pesky Constitution keeps getting in the way. You tell me a Supreme Court where two of the all the justices that they need were confirmed by conservatives. They ruled 9-0 against him, and we're supposed to believe, the courts are against him too. Who's not against him? Just everybody's against this guy?
Even given those numbers that you're talking about, don't you need to...
Michael, good Lord, what the fuck are we doing here? No court has the power to override the people's will. Yes, they do. Yeah, they absolutely fucking do. They do. The court can rule that what the president does is unconstitutional, whether you support it or not. And there is a process for that, by the way, because the founding fathers recognized that sometimes the law needs to be changed. And so we have amendments for that. And that's the other branch of government that you guys don't seem to know exists. And I don't think they seem to know they exist anymore, because that's the legislative branch's problem. If they don't like these laws, they can write legislation. And they've tried. They've written some that it's so stupid. It's like, judges can't rule against the president. It's like, well, so just new constitution?
Hold the Constitution of the United States.
Oh my God, how many more? All right, we're going to Bunk City because you guys are too cowardly to come up here. Biden ignored the Supreme Court with tuition forgiveness. No, he didn't, Sealin. You just don't know how to read, I think. Let me explain it to you. What Joe Biden did is Joe Biden had an executive order for tuition forgiveness. And the Supreme Court said, no, Congress controls the purse, so you can't do that by yourself. Congress has to approve that. So Joe Biden said, okay, cool. Let me do what I can do. Joe Biden went through all of the tuition forgiveness that had already been congressionally passed through Congress. And a lot of these had they would get their tuition reimbursed on, let's say, January of 2030. But the executive branch has some pretty broad powers of how they can distribute that money. So what Joe Biden did is Joe Biden went through the entire federal government and every bill that had been passed that granted tuition forgiveness, and he moved the timelines up. So Congress had actually already approved that spending. So, and again, this is one of those things that they just tell you. They play whataboutism with you so that you'll ignore what's happening here. I'll play the whataboutism with you. I'll play it. But now we're in a scenario where you were wrong. Biden did not ignore the Supreme Court. Biden said, okay, Supreme Court, that's the ruling. I'll stand by it. I'll do what I can. And he did what he could. And if you guys don't like that rule, Congress can change that rule. But you've been misinformed. Even your whataboutisms are wrong. You don't even have your whataboutisms right. So now let's go back to this. Is that the same thing that's happening here? Did the Supreme Court rule that Trump needed to do something, and Trump said, okay, I'll do what I can do with funds that Congress has already appropriated? Is that the same? It's not the same thing. Because what they're not ruling on funding. They're ruling on what the president can and cannot do, what the executive branch can and cannot do. And what they said is, you can't do this. It's not the same thing. But I appreciate the whataboutisms. I'm here for him.
States as president?
I don't know. I have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me, and they are going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said. What you said is not what I heard the Supreme Court said. They have a different interpretation.
Is anyone in your administration?
You don't get to do that. You don't get to just make up the Supreme Court told you what to do. You don't get, I'm decided I've interpreted it differently. That's not how this works. The Supreme Court gave the interpretation. If you have questions, you can contact the Supreme Court. You can't just interpret it how you want to.
Right now, in contact with El Salvador about returning Abrego Garcia to the United States?
I don't know. You'd have to ask the attorney.
And by the way, if we're going to do this, Republicans, I'm cool with it. If you say, Michael, you said, where was that? Or Mitchell, there's no forgiveness. Someone has to pay that bill. Mitchell, are you saying that if we pay if somebody agrees to pay a bill, that they have to pay it no matter what? Is that what you're saying, Mitchell? I want to make sure I've got your argument correctly, since again we're not going to come up here and talk about it. We're just going to do it in the comments. I want to make sure. I'll read these from Jen. Valerie said, "I love your venting. It pleases my soul." Thank you very much. Marianne, thank you for joining the Dollar Train. Just a reminder, guys, we are crowdfunded. I'll update the goal in a minute. But anything you can give to help us get our goal every day, we'd love to have that. Did Mitch respond yet? Where are you at, Mitch? Is that what we're saying? All right. Well, I'm going to assume that's what you're saying because I don't want to sit around and wait forever. Then I assume you guys are all like cool with reparations, right? That was a bill that we said we were going to pay that we didn't pay. So we good with that? If you're going to hold that standard, let's hold that standard. Should we hold that standard to Trump? How much money does Trump owe cities all across this country? Let's see. If we look at Trump campaign bills not paid, are you guys going to ask for that too? This is from 2024. Cities seek more than $750,000 in unpaid bills for Trump campaign events since 2016. It looks like Erie, Pennsylvania. He owes them $40,000. Over 5 jurisdictions, he owes $750,000. I know he owed a bunch of money in Tucson. Are you guys going to ask for him to pay the bills too, or is it only bills that you care about? What about PPP? How about the PPP loan forgiveness? How about that? Are you going to demand that the people in Congress, Marjorie Taylor Greene, where are you guys demanding that? And again, once again, you're still wrong because Congress already approved this spending. So you're already wrong about that. If you have a problem with Congress approving that spending, go talk to Congress. But those were all bipartisan bills that approved student loan assistance.
Attorney General that question.
Thanks.
All right. Next one. Where were we at? All right. I played that on Tom Homan, actually. I was going to play the clip there of Tom Homan where he says that he thinks the president's the smartest human ever to exist.
Tuesday, May 6th.
Jen, what the hell?
Headlines.
Oh, shit. Are you here?
Yeah.
Hey, I can barely hear you. Let me see. I might need to turn up your volume. Let me look real quick.
Testing. Yeah, everyone who
It's just
wants to complain about me.
It's just so quiet. Oh yeah, your volume is way down. All right, there you go.
All right. Joey, this is our real job. I know you are probably not very smart where you can do things with your brain too much. You probably have to do things that require physical labor. But yes, this is our job. Thanks for bringing that up. So this, like Joey mentioned, is our job. We are Crown funded. So how
Thanks,
we do
Joey.
that is Venmo. Yeah, Joey, we appreciate you a lot. You've been real upset, Joey, and we appreciate that $5. So you sent earlier. That was awesome of you. So we are crowdfunded, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats. That all go towards knocking out our gift goal, which is the top left-hand corner. Jay is going to update that number because I don't think that's accurate. So that's how we keep doing this each day, Monday through Friday from 9:30 to 1 Pacific time. If you haven't already subscribed to us, please do so. On Twitch, you can use an Amazon Prime sub if you haven't already for other channels, and please subscribe to us on YouTube. We also have 4 different memberships if you'd like to help support us that way. And if you want to check out our link tree in the bio, we have merch and on most other social media platforms. So if you want to check us out over there. So yeah. And if you guys want to come up and talk to Jay, how you do that, you guys don't have to cry in the comments. What you can do is you can add me on Discord. My Discord username is the same as Venmo, so Jen, JENN, DUBB, the number 1, and I can bring you up to talk to Jay in real time. So that's how it's done if you want to actually have a conversation and not just stay in the comments. Yeah, so I think that's all that. We will got about less than 2 hours till the wrap of the show, so if you guys knock that out, we would greatly appreciate it. What book is very popular among horse people?
Among what people?
Horse people.
Horse people, like people that have horses, or people that have like a horse voice.
Just horse people.
I don't know. I don't know.
50 Shades of Nay.
Stupid. All right. Just a reminder. This guy still doesn't. He's one of 2 things, and I'd like a good response here from Republicans. 2 things or there's only 2 options here. Trump either still doesn't understand what tariffs do or how they work, or he's lying. And I would be upset with both if I were you. I don't think you guys are going to be upset, but here's more, just further proof. At this point, Trump still doesn't know how tariffs work, or if he does, he's lying to your face. And why are you guys cool with that?
But what people don't understand is, and this is a lot, the country eats the tariff. The company eats the tariff. And it's not passed along at all.
Well, some CEOs are saying
It's not. doing the Jedi mind tricks. The country eats the tariffs. The company eats the tariffs. Well, I don't know how it can be both, the country and the company. It's not passed along at all. Well, then why do prices go up? How come when you slap tariffs on things, prices go up? That's an insane thing to say. That's honestly, I don't know. Honest to God, I do not know if I've heard a president say something dumber on purpose. Like, they'll slip and they'll say dumb things accidentally, but like on purpose. He said, tariffs are absorbed by the country, they're absorbed by the company, and they are not passed along to consumers. There is no world where that is correct.
Saying they're going to have to pass it on. So how do you deal with those CEOs?
But the company,
how do you deal with those CEOs?
China is eating the tariffs right now.
What do you say to those CEOs who are saying?
What does that mean? I know I'm interrupting there because, for God's sakes, it's got to be an impossible thing to interview Donald Trump because Donald Trump never answers anything. What is he? China's eating the tariffs? How? How is China eating the tariffs? Countries, if we play it that way, like if you say, oh, well, China's losing money and that's how they're eating the tariffs, that's not them eating the tariffs. That's just them losing out on money because of tariffs. But who else is losing money? American businesses, American consumers, right? Like, he does this thing. He talks about this. Oh, it's fine. I'm just hurting China. He doesn't care. This dude is making billions of dollars right now off of his Ponzi schemes. He's a billionaire. He does not fucking care if it hurts you. He just cares if it hurts China. And it's not really hurting China enough, and he doesn't know what to do now. He's like, no. China's really actually pretty scared. I know they're saying they're not, but China's scared. They're the ones that are eating this. No, they're not. We are. We're the ones that are hurting for this. He does not care about you. He's doing nothing for you.
Saying we might have to pass this on to the consumer.
Well, we pay a fuck ton in tariffs. Brad, I don't know if you mean we as a country. Countries don't pay tariffs. I don't know what to tell you. This is what I'm talking about, guys. Donald Trump has duped you. Like, Donald Trump has turned all of you stupid. You're all smarter than this. But it's all whataboutism. You have this knee-jerk reaction. Every fucking time somebody criticizes him, you look for a way out. Earlier in here, I showed the clip earlier, Scott Besson is saying that it is good to have a trade deficit, that the trade deficit is what gives you leverage. And then you guys are saying the trade deficit is bad. And Trump is saying that China's paying tariffs. None of you are saying anything that's true. The only one that's saying anything true is Scott Besson. All you guys are just repeating lies because you're so afraid of being wrong about Trump. And here's the thing, and I get it. I've been there. I've been there leaving the cult, and this is the hardest part of the cult. And I'm speaking directly to a few people right now who are texting me. There's 2 of you who are texting me that are on the Republican side. I think that if you let yourself believe, just for 2 seconds, that Donald Trump might not be telling you the truth, and if you make that a real possibility in your mind, I'm going to clear my mind. I'm going to take away my preconceived notions about Trump and about liberals and about policy. I'm just going to restart here, and I'm just going to listen to what's being said here, and I'm going to just decide, is this true or is this not true? You will find out very quickly that he's lying here, and then you got to ask the question, if he's lying here, what else is he lying about? And have I done the work? Have I gone through and fact-checked all of this stuff to the point where I actually am confident that I'm right? Or is your confidence just because you think fake news lies all the time, you think libs lie all the time, and so whatever we say, you just believe the opposite? Because I think it's that. And I don't think it's always been that way, but it is now. And this is what a strong man does. And I'm telling you that most people on earth have not don't recognize a strongman. That's why strongmen keep winning places. That's why people are always like, how did this happen to us? We were just going along life in a democracy, and all of a sudden we have a dictator. How did this happen? It's because you don't recognize a strongman, you don't recognize a dictator, you don't recognize a manipulator until it's too late. And we're getting really fucking close to too late right now. And that's why I'm showing this interview, because he's lying about everything. And she knows it, and I know it, and you know it, which is why none of you are responding to this claim. You're just doing whataboutisms. What about? What about? What about? Leave your whataboutisms at the door. If you're really honest, if you have intellectual integrity, just try it. Just try it with me. For the rest of this live, just listen. Don't think about Trump. No whataboutisms. Just, is he telling the truth or is he not? Because so far he's not telling the truth.
They say that because maybe it's to their advantage to say it.
Will
Maybe
you punish them?
No, because you know what? I want them to build plants in the United States. That way they don't have any tariffs. See, tariffs will, and not only will, look at what's happened. In 2 months, we're close to $9 trillion of investment. We've never been anywhere near that.
That has nothing to do with tariffs. Nothing. Most of that money was announced before Trump was in office. The only announcements have been like from Apple. That's not investment from outside of the country. You're talking about Toyota, Hyundai. They already had manufacturing here, and they're saying like we're just upgrading our manufacturing, which they were already going to do. They're consistently upgrading their manufacturing as new vehicles come out, especially the push for electric vehicles. A lot of these manufacturing plants are going to have to change because we're going from gas-powered vehicles to electric vehicles. But it doesn't. None of this is because of tariffs. None. But did he answer the question? Nope. It's always a deflect. It's always tell you something else. What was the question here? Let's go back.
Who were saying we might have to pass this on to the consumer.
Well, they say that because maybe it's to their advantage to say it.
Will
Maybe
you punish them?
No, because you know what?
He says that the businesses, she asked, what do you say to the businesses who say we're going to pass this along to the consumers? What's that answer?
To say it.
Will
Maybe
you punish them?
Maybe they're just saying it to say it.
No, because you know what?
Will you punish
I want them to build plants in the United States. That way they don't have any tariffs. See, tariffs will, and not only will, look at what's happening.
He doesn't answer questions. If you're going to be honest about what you're watching, be honest about what you're watching. I begged, how about no more whataboutisms in the chat? It's all you guys have is whataboutism. That's it. That's it. You're just every fucking last one of you, who I love and I appreciate you being here. Every one of you is doing a whataboutism right now. This is drivel. No specifics, no backup, no actual facts. Do you hold that same standard for Trump? I'm playing Trump's clips. When Trump says that other countries pay the tariffs, what do you say about that? Do I really need a source? Do I really need to show you a source that says, like, explains how tariffs work? I would be here all day if I had to just give you a source every time Trump says something that is obviously not true. I'm begging you guys not to do whataboutism, just to address what he's saying. None of you can do it. None. What does that say about you? Honest to God, what does it say about you and the organization that you're a part of right now? You're all better than this. This is a choice. You've made a choice that you're just like Team Trump, no matter what. Here's more insanity out of Trump.
More than 3 months.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, go ahead. What's up?
You got someone who's going to be joining to talk about tariffs with you.
Oh, okay. Are they here?
So, they should be. And
Let's
it's like
see.
I just sent the link. So, while this conversation is going, I know it was just here a little bit ago. Top left-hand corner, we need to try to knock out that gift goal by the end of the show. So I don't know how long this conversation will take, but if
What Jen is saying is, I'm going to get into a conversation. I'm going to forget all about donations, and I'm not going to bring it up. And then we won't hit our gift goal. And so Jen is just asking you guys to enjoy the conversation and help out because I'm not going to do my job because I get distracted. Is that right?
that's exactly what I'm saying. So here they're in there. So.
All right. Thanks. All right. It said Flamity. Is that right?
Yes, it is. How are you?
Good, man. Do you want me to call you Flamity, or do you have a different name you want to go by?
It doesn't matter.
All right. What's up?
Well, I just want to know, like, what kind of problems do you have with the tariffs?
Well, my main problem is that Trump doesn't know what they are. That's the first problem. And that makes me nervous that if you don't know how tariffs work, but you're using tariffs as a tool, that's my first problem. I don't have a problem with tariffs. Tariffs are fine. But like any tool, if you use it incorrectly, it can be catastrophic.
So, do you think that maybe you don't understand what Trump means when he's talking about tariffs, or do you think he just genuinely has no clue what tariffs are?
Is there a different? How should I interpret it when he says other countries pay the tariffs?
Well, I think obviously there's Americans that are paying money on tariffs, right? That's obvious. The prices are going up and everything.
Mhm.
But what I think he means when he's saying that is that initially you would think and you would want, like, China, for example, to pay these tariffs,
Mhm.
right? Because that's obviously that was his incentive. That's what he said. And with China, I think he wants America to gain respect.
Okay,
He
but
wants
why?
America to get respect
Okay,
back.
so why doesn't he just say American companies pay the tariffs? We're putting on Chinese goods, and if you guys, we'd rather not have these tariffs. We want a fair trade war. Why lie and say that China's paying the tariffs?
Well, I'm sure that he's said this somewhere, or he's at least said this in meetings. I don't think he's trying to necessarily lie when he says that on a meeting. I think
Come
he's
on,
just being
man.
overly straightforward.
That
Sometimes he
how
likes
is
to do
wait?
that.
Hold on. How is saying
It's Donald Trump. It's Donald Trump.
Yeah, but how?
You know?
I know, but this is the problem that we have. I think we're illustrating it. You guys are willing to. He'll lie, and then you come up here and you're like, "Well, he's
Well,
not."
I don't think he's
Hold
necessarily
on.
lying.
Yeah, that's the problem. You guys, why do you think that he's not lying? Why do you think he really understands this, but he just says the wrong thing all the time?
Well, I don't think he always says the wrong thing every time. I think in this situation, we're
On
just
tariffs,
seeing Donald
specifically.
Trump as Donald Trump. Well, I saw the video you were watching where he said, "Tariffs go to the country." You know what I mean?
Do
Like,
they?
It's
Do they?
And
Wait,
well,
do they?
he would like them to. And I would say for the most part,
wait, do they?
Depending on what a person's purchasing from a company and what the company is
When's the
trying to
scenario?
import.
In what scenario would the tariff go to the country?
So, well, let me explain my whole perspective.
But I'm not
before
asking.
we get into
No,
this.
no, no, no. Answer this first. No. I'll let you give. I'll give you
Sure.
plenty of time. But we've got a problem here because we're starting this conversation. I keep asking you the same thing, and you keep wanting to talk about something else. I need to understand why when you watch Trump.
Well, you jumped really quickly. I never even got to
you haven't answered it yet.
my perspective.
We're still on the same question. When Donald Trump says that another country is paying the tariffs, I need you to explain to me why he would say it's not true, right? We both agree that it's not true.
Well, there is some of the tariffs do get paid by the country.
How?
But if the countries,
how?
like China, for example, isn't threatened by the tariffs, then they will put it on the company. So let me explain.
No.
When a company wants to import and export things to China,
Yeah.
and in and out, they expect China to pay for that. If China doesn't need or rely on the resource that's being exported back into the country, they're not going to pay it. They don't care.
When does China pay the tariff?
If China needs something from America, I'm not sure entirely what that would be, but in a general sense,
services.
If China does need something out of America that they can't supply themselves, they will have to pay that. If they don't need to, they won't. They'll put it on the company.
Wait,
here's what you can do.
Wait. No.
Okay.
Because if China was paying, China doesn't pay tariffs. Countries don't pay tariffs. The citizens of the country, the businesses in the country pay the tariffs. So if you were shipping goods, let's just say you were shipping pencils to China, and you manufacture the pencils here in America, and you put them in a box and you ship them to China, the person who receives that box of pencils, the business that bought that box of pencils, or the consumer that buys that box of pencils, will pay the tariff, and they will pay that money to China. There are zero scenarios.
If China
wait, hold on. Let me finish. There are no scenarios where countries pay tariffs.
if China wants to import those pencils, because let's say China needs those pencils, they have to.
You're saying
come
the
from
Chinese
America.
government, like the Chinese government's actually purchasing them from us?
If China needs those pencils, and
I'm asking
the only way
I'm
they
asking
can
a
get them is through
clarifying question.
America.
Wait, I'm asking a clarifying.
Yes. Well, that's what I'm going to get to.
I
then
just want
they
to make
have
sure
to
when
pay
you
for
say
that,
China,
or else they won't have the right to the service.
Wait, if the Chinese government,
they won't have that.
Hold on. If the Chinese government were to, in this scenario, if the Chinese government were to order those pencils and there was a 40% tariff on those pencils, the Chinese government would take taxpayer money and they would pay who?
Who's taxpayer money? What are you talking
Chinese
about?
Chinese government, because the governments are funded by taxpayers, right? So if it's the Chinese government that's buying something, they're using taxpayer money, because that's how governments are funded. So the Chinese government buys those pencils, and they for some reason don't give themselves an exception on the tariff. The Chinese government would pay that tariff, and that tariff money would go to who?
So I think if China was purchasing pencils from America,
Mm-hmm.
and America wanted to offer them the pencils,
Mm-hmm.
then they would be able, unless America said no, they would just be able to buy the pencils. I don't think there would be any charge, because the tariff is when China's importing into the country. But if China got something that wasn't a pencil, that needed to go there and back, so they import something to China and then they export it back, it would be expected of them to pay to import it in. But if
wait,
they
what?
don't
Wait, what?
need...
Wait, hold on.
So if something goes
When
into
are they
China...
paying? When are they paying?
So the tariff would be when they're sending it back to America.
But
they
China
would be expected to pay that, but they wouldn't do that. Exactly. They would only do that if they had to do it.
What do you mean they would be expected to pay that?
Well,
who's expecting them? Who's expecting them to pay it?
It really depends who wants it more. Does America want it more, or does China want it more?
No, we're just talking. No, we're just talking about. You said China would be expected to pay. Let's just stay with your scenario. You keep leaving your own scenario. There's no scenario where China would pay a tariff. There's none. Even if it comes to China and then they ship it back to America, and let's say America has a 30% tariff, the person who goes down and picks it up from the shipyard is going to pay the tariff, and they're going to give that money to Customs and Border Patrol.
From China, why is America paying it?
Because we do because we put the tariff on it. You cannot tax other countries. Countries can't tax each other, dude.
No, I'm saying if China wants a service from Americans to take something back from China, they don't have the luxury of having that service unless they pay for it. It forces them to have to pay more because the services cost more.
Correct.
So then if they don't do that,
but who pays
the company has to do it. So then the company has a choice.
The government
the
never.
company can
the
either
government
eat
never
the price.
pays it. No, you can't. You keep making these I'm sorry to keep cutting you
off.
No,
but China.
You keep adding caveats
China
that
can
do not
do
exist.
It.
No, they can't.
China can do it.
No.
Will they do it?
No, they can't.
They won't do it most
China
of the
can
time, or any opportunity they can.
You think China can write a check to Customs and Border Patrol to pay the tariff?
Well, I think it's very situational. If China needs something,
what's a situation where China can write a check to Customs and Border Patrol?
You explain to me how tariffs work. You think that if China is tariff,
here we go. I'm going to help you. I'll explain it to you. Here's a PlayStation controller. Okay, this is my PlayStation controller. Let's just assume, I don't know if it's manufactured in China. Let's say that it is. What does it say? It is made in China.
Yeah. We'll just say it's manufactured there.
I want to buy this. And Trump or the U.S. government says...
As an American, you want to buy it.
And then the U.S. government says, we can make this in America. So there's a company in Texas that makes something very similar. And if you buy it in Texas, no tariff. But if you want to buy this one from China, there's a 30% tariff. And I say, that's fine. I want this one. It's better than the one made in Texas. So I order it. It comes through Customs and Border, and I pay 30%. Let's say this is $100. Then I'm going to pay. So then I pay. I order it. I pay
China to manufacture it.
No. I order it from China. I pay China $100. That's how much this costs. China ships it because they have.
Well, you're not necessarily buying it straight off China, are you?
I'm buying it from a company in China. So they ship this to me. When it gets to the port, I pay another $30 before they'll hand this over to me. That's how tariffs work.
hold on. So why I don't know of any controller company that operates straight out of China. Not that I know if that would matter.
Brother,
or
no.
not,
Just
but
it doesn't matter.
An American company, they get it manufactured in China's production line.
Bro, it doesn't matter. This is a hypothetical where
just to be specific.
Not
just
to be
get
specific.
everything clear.
This is made in China for this argument. That's it. I don't know where it's made.
Yeah, 100%.
For this argument,
100%.
Okay, so for this argument, this was manufactured and sent from China, and our government has a 30% tariff on controllers from China. So because I bought this from China, when it gets here, I am going to pay Customs and Border Patrol an extra $30, or else I don't get this. Now, if I don't pay that $30, this is going to sit there. They're not going to give it to me. China already has their $100. They already made the money. This is just going to sit there because it's a tax levied by the American government on the American people.
The tariffs are not directly on the purchase.
Yes, they are. That's the only thing. That's the only thing.
No, the tariffs are on importing and exporting.
Not exporting.
The tariffs are on when
you can't put
not
tariffs
exporting,
on
importing. Sorry. So it's not directly on the price. The reason why it's on your price tag is because the company doesn't want to eat the price because China doesn't want to pay it, and they don't want to either, so they put it onto you.
No, incorrect.
Yeah.
The tariff is they take the value of this, which they're going to say the value is $100, and they're going to charge me 30% on top of what I've already paid. They're just going to take the value. This is worth $100. I got to pay $30. Yes, that's how tariffs work.
Tariffs are okay. Yeah.
So when Donald Trump says other countries are paying tariffs, he's wrong. And now I've got a question about why somebody who graduated from the Wharton School of Business doesn't know that other countries, and you, and most of the people in the chat that are MAGA.
Hey, I'm here to have a genuine conversation. I'd love to learn, and I do believe
hold
this
on,
is
hold
it.
on. I'm just saying this is what I've been talking about this whole time, is that Trump lies to you guys all the time, and you will go in circles trying to figure out a way that he's not lying.
This is not what Trump told me. This is not what Trump told me. This is based off my own understanding.
Nobody else has ever spoken
if
this
I
way
get to
about
another
tariffs.
understanding, I will totally feel differently about what Trump said.
Okay,
100%.
now knowing how tariffs work, when Trump says other countries pay tariffs,
well, I still want to get to
right
the
or
bottom
wrong?
of this.
We're there. We're at the bottom.
Based off because based off my understanding, Trump saying other countries pay tariffs is the goal. And it might not be objectively correct because there's obviously prices going up. So who's really paying that? An American would be paying it.
Correct.
Or a company that doesn't shift it on to America.
And he said it was
America.
and he said it wasn't
my understanding.
he said it wasn't passed on to the consumer. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that.
So 2 out of the 3 statements he made are wrong. And you and I both agree that 2 out of the 3 statements he made.
He's overly optimistic.
No, he's lying. You only say that because you like him. If this was Joe,
I think
stay with me.
I do like Trump,
stay with
but
me.
I think he's
stay
too
with
straight
stay
lines,
with me.
and he
stay
does
with
say
me.
stupid
stay
shit
with
like
me.
that. But it's
stay with
generally
me.
correct.
Stay with me.
Or at least it's in theory he's trying to
me.
go for that.
Stay with me.
100%. Let's
Stay
do
with
it.
me. 2 out of the 3 statements he made, he was wrong about, and he repeats them all the time. Why are you still listening to somebody about tariffs when they don't understand it?
I don't think you could take him too literally in that sense. I'm able to be pretty subjective or pretty picky with the things he says.
No, you're not.
Obviously, he's
with all due respect,
overly optimistic.
With all due respect, no, you're not. He's lying right now, and you're like, it's optimism. Yeah, well, I have.
Well, when I heard him say that, I was like, obviously.
Listen, if I said my car flies, and then you got in the car with me, and it doesn't fly, you wouldn't be like, oh, he's just being overly optimistic.
No. That's an overly extreme
it's
example.
not. It's the same. My car doesn't.
When I hear Trump say that, I go in my head and go, okay.
Brother.
I mean, you're trying to sound good on the camera. I mean, I still think he's good-hearted in what he's trying to do with
I don't.
these.
Why do you
it's
care?
Not
Wait,
how
hold
it
on.
sounds.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
But there's a,
Jesus.
for example, there's me a
Shut
huge tax cut
up
this year.
for a second.
God
damn, dude. You won't stop.
No. Let's take turns, dude.
You're not taking turns. You're not.
I'm totally taking turns, and I want to listen to you.
Listen.
But you're fucking antsy.
You're still doing it. You're still doing it, man. Every time I try
to ask yeah, man. You just yelled over me, of course.
Because I asked you to be quiet like 10 times. Listen, what you're doing right now.
Yeah, if I asked you to be quiet once, I've listened to you the whole time. But go on.
Thank you. What you're doing right now, and let's be clear, you have no fucking clue if Trump has a good heart or a bad heart. You are making excuses for things that he says, and you are saying, I believe he has a good heart. You're setting yourself up to be lied to. You should not trust any politician. You should not judge the heart of a single politician.
definitely don't.
You should, okay, well then let's stop talking about his heart and let's objectively talk about is what he's saying.
I just want to add, though, I said I think he's good-hearted in this specifically.
Yeah, you don't know, though. So let's just call balls and strikes. Is what he's saying true or not? And let's not worry about you trying to explain away why what he's saying is true or not. Let's just see if we can agree, and we can have different reasons for whether we support him after this or not. But if we're going to have real conversations, we have to be, I'm almost there. We have to be able to agree whether or not what he said is true or not. So before we move on to whatever you're going to say, I just want to make clear, just these three things, and then it's your turn. Do other countries pay tariffs?
When Trump says,
"Oh my God,
other
please!"
countries
I'm not. I didn't.
pay tariffs.
No.
I'm answering it right now. I'm answering it right now. When Trump says that, that's
I'm
what
not
you
asking
just
you
asked
to
me.
interpret. I'm not asking you to interpret. I'm asking.
I'm not
you,
interpreting.
Do
I'm not
other
interpreting.
countries pay? You are, because you're saying when Trump says. I'm not asking.
Let me debate how I want to debate, man. I'm totally trying to answer you. This is just my talk. This is how my conversations come from.
I don't want to do it your way. Do other countries pay tariffs?
I don't want to do it your way.
Well, then leave. I don't know what to say. You came up here.
When Trump says,
do other countries pay the tariff?
Well, let's debate, dude.
I'm trying, but you're running from it.
When Trump says other countries pay tariffs, that statement is inherently wrong when taken literally and
perfectly. And we're only taking
100%.
Yeah, we're taking things literally right now. So they don't. Do the tariffs get passed along to consumers? Not but. No, because we're only right now. No. We're only right now. All we're doing right now is we're deciding what's true and what's not. And we're not talking about Trump right now. We're just talking about the things that he said. Are they true or not? So 1, other countries don't pay tariffs. 2, do the tariffs get passed along to the consumer?
Do other countries pay tariffs?
What?
They can.
Brother,
but
did you hear my question?
If he says they do, they don't.
Brother, that's not the question
Your
I
other
asked.
question was what?
Why are you not answering my question? Do companies...
Sorry, I totally missed
do the tariffs get passed along to the consumer?
If the company doesn't eat the tariff, then they will pass it on to the consumer.
Great. So 2 out of the 3 statements he made, untrue, right?
Yeah, but how can you take
so
him
this
so
is the
literally?
problem that I have. Well, because that's my only option. Because you don't know him and I don't know him. And if we have to interpret everything our politicians say and try and spin it, yeah, but nobody else gets this wrong. Nobody else is on camera every day saying
really
he's the only one.
See through his bullshit when he bullshits because he's in front of camera so much. You can see through him
I'm in front of a camera.
I think he knows that.
I'm in front of cameras more than he is. I'm in front of a camera more than he is. I've never made that mistake. I've never seen anybody. I've never seen anybody else that's on camera. That's on camera 7-8 hours a day.
I also don't see Donald Trump coming on as hard as you do, though.
You have to stop interrupting, please, please. This is crazy.
Oh, come on, man! You interrupt me too. You've interrupted me plenty of times.
Only when it's on film. Only when you won't answer questions. 2 of those 3 statements are wrong. And what you're saying, your argument is, come on, man, don't take him literally. Why are we taking any politicians any other way than literally?
No. We should take politicians literally.
Okay.
But you know Donald Trump. It's not hard
he's a liar.
See and understand him and see, like, he likes to be overly optimistic
he likes
sometimes.
To lie.
I think he's funny for that.
You think it's
I don't think he's trying to manipulate anyone when he says. I think he's trying to be optimistic and make sure his administration looks good. Obviously, he's a business guy. He's a politician. This is what politicians do.
Mm-hmm.
But come on, dude. Like the tactics when he's just being overly optimistic, and anyone who has seen Trump and can have a brief understanding of this knows he's being overly optimistic compared to the last administration and the shit that they were saying on the cameras there. Like, it's night and day difference.
So what's the difference between somebody being Oh my
first of all,
God,
like, did
brother!
you like the last
Brother, I just
administration?
let you go. Can you let? I got 2 words in before you
I
started.
know.
Going.
Sorry.
No.
I think there's a bit of delay. I'm not trying to
No.
interrupt you. I'm just curious.
Okay, be quiet.
And then you can say whatever you want to
be
say.
quiet. We're not going to go to the next. We're not going to the last administration. We're talking about right now. We're
Damn,
talking.
dude.
I know. I would want to go there too if I were you. But here's the question. Like,
No.
I'm not done, brother.
That's
shut,
not what it's about.
Don't
You're just
make me
coming
mute.
on
Good
hard, man.
Lord,
You're coming
dude.
on hard.
Dude, good Lord. Learn how to have a conversation.
Breathe.
This is you that needs to breathe. You won't stop talking. Listen.
No.
I just watched
we can talk over each other. There's still flow.
I just watched a documentary yesterday about David Koresh. You know who that is?
No.
Okay, David Koresh was not the founder, he was the leader of the Branch Davidians in Waco. When the FBI came in, they had like that shootout, and then they wound up like the whole place caught fire. There's some people say he did it, some people say it was the FBI, but he was a cult leader. And he got all these people in this cult who he took over like this regular church. And the regular church was just like, they were above board. And then David Koresh came in. He did something kind of like fucked up. I didn't know about this. He challenged the leader of the church after the founding leader, which is this guy's mom and David Koresh's lover. He said, like, when they were trying to decide who was going to lead the church, he's like, let's do this. Let's see who can raise the dead. Whoever can raise the dead wins, and they'll be the leader. And so the other guy went out and he went down to a cemetery and he exhumed a body because he's like, he really believed, he was a true believer. He's like, I can do this. I really think I should be the leader.
Exhumed body, what does that mean?
You pull up like a dead body from the ground. David Koresh reported him to the police, and then the police arrested him. So David Koresh just like got the church. And then what David Koresh did is David Koresh just started convincing people that everybody was out for them, that he really was the Son of God. And even though he kept predicting things, he kept predicting like the end of the world was coming. He kept predicting that people that were sick would get better, and they didn't. And every single time he did that,
it's a lot of shock.
Hold on. And every time he did that, and it didn't happen, he would turn around and he'd be like, well, look, the Lord works in mysterious ways. You can't take what I'm saying literally because look, I don't have any control of this. And it actually made the people believe in him more, to the point that even people who were in that building, who lost their children and their friends, who were burned alive in the building, decades later, they're still saying, yeah, David Koresh, he was the Son of God. He was speaking to God.
That was the guy who killed a bunch of people with himself.
Yes. So what I'm telling you is that
I have heard this story.
Yeah, so what I'm telling you is you're doing the same thing. Every time, the frustrating part about Donald Trump is that every time he gets caught doing something bad, or every time he gets caught lying about something, you guys all come to us and say, oh, you can't take him so seriously. And it makes you like him more.
No, well,
it gets you to the point now where even though we both agree that he's wrong about tariffs, you're still trying to figure out a way to spin it.
No.
You're still trying to figure out a way to spin it.
I can't compare those two things together because
you ever been in a cult?
Have
you ever been in a
whatever
cult?
this cult guy said?
Have you ever been in a cult? I have. Do you think I have? And I've left a cult.
Really?
Yeah. Do you know what's universally true about cults? The one thing that's universally true. Nobody in the cult knows that they're in the cult. Nobody. If you're
100%.
walking around with that MAGA hat on,
because they've been manipulated in such a way, that's the whole point. The point is so you won't know you're in a cult, because then you won't rebel against
it. So what all cult leaders do, especially when it comes to law enforcement, so David Koresh, the whole reason that this even kicked off is because he was stockpiling weapons, automatic weapons that were illegal. He was stockpiling them, and when the ATF came in, because he wouldn't respond to them, the ATF showed up and they knew he had all these weapons, so they came in hot. Some would argue too hot. That's fine. I probably agree with that. But they came in to take the weapons that were illegal, and he told all his people, they're just out to get me because I'm telling the truth, and they don't like it. Those are the evil people over there.
I'm curious.
Hold on.
How
Let me
he
finish.
got
Let me
those
finish.
people
Let me finish. Let me
so
finish.
deep.
Let me finish. And he just kept telling them they're the bad ones. He divided them all along the way. David Koresh came from like nothing. He came into this group. He got the leader pregnant, had a kid with the pregnant, and he just slowly divided them. That's why they wound up in Waco, because like they were insulated. And this, by the way, is exactly what Trump did. He came into
how did he
came
get them
into
to
your
that
party with 2% approval rating. He started just accusing everybody of wild things, like Ted Cruz's dad assassinated JFK. He went after Marco Rubio about like not being born in this country. Went after Obama about not being born in this country. Went after Ted Cruz, and he just slowly turned people against.
Where's the evidence?
It was a divide and conquer strategy, and that's how he went from 2% to now, where even when he commits crime, even
you're
if he
throwing
lies,
a lot of stuff out here, man.
I know.
Like,
I'm laying it out for you.
There's a lot of shit.
I know, but listen to it, because I got out of a cult and it was the best thing in my life. So hear me out. He lies to you every day, and you guys try and figure out a way to explain why his lies aren't lies.
I don't think Trump's perfect.
I didn't
totally
say that.
I don't think he's perfect. I do think he lies sometimes.
Why doesn't
I think
that
most
bother
politicians
So
lie.
then why do you trust him when he says things like, I'm innocent? If you know that he lies,
well,
how do you
what
how
do
you
people lie
real
about?
quick,
What
how
are
do you
different
decide
levels of lies?
You can ask that question. Last question, I swear. How do you determine when the lies matter and when they don't? And how do you determine what are lies and what aren't lies with Trump?
Well, if we know someone's a murderer,
with Trump,
and they're blatantly lying.
No, with
I
Trump.
mean, that's fucking
let's
crazy.
use Trump examples.
When Trump's hard, like I'm gonna quote this, like when he's lying about fucking like tariffs. I mean, I don't like. I think when he says countries pay tariffs, knows people are seeing through what he's saying, and he actively knows that, because I think he has a good connection to the people who listen.
That's not even close to an answer to my question. I appreciate it, but I'm gonna have to cut you off. My question
is,
how do you?
When he says that, I don't think he has the intent to manipulate,
brother.
And I think you're trying to say he's being.
That's not my question.
Manipulative.
With all due respect, and this is why it's so hard to talk to you fuckers sometimes, because you're not even close to the question I asked.
Come on.
What question did I ask?
I'm trying to get there.
What question did I ask? Just repeat it. I want to. I'll let you get there if you can tell me what question I asked.
You asked if Trump, like, why we want to defend him when he's so blatantly lying. No,
I'll ask again. How do you know? How do you?
Okay, well, can I just clarify something?
No.
I've been up all night. I have not slept.
I don't care.
At all. So
fine.
just bear with me here.
That's fine. How do you know when he's lying and when he's not?
Well, I mean, I think I know the guy decently well over camera, and how he likes to use his charisma. I think I understand his psychology well enough
to see
that when he says something like this
is what they said about David Koresh.
I immediately hear it, and I'm like, come on.
This is what they said. This is what they said about David. This is what they said about David Koresh. No, I want to. So you don't know. You don't. You're actually just using.
No. I do. I do feel like I know, and it'd be too easy to prove him wrong when he's lying about something like this. So there's no concern. There's not a concern level like when lives are at stake with the church. Versus when Trump says something like this, you can easily prove what he's saying wrong or right. It's in politics.
Can we have a conversation, please? Can we have a conversation, please? When you hear
what do you mean? You haven't even said anything.
I'm literally trying. I'm trying to ask you questions. When you say,
well, yeah, but like I'm not doing an interview here. I want to have a debate with you.
You are. I'm asking you how you know, and
because you're ready to pull the trigger on a rant doesn't mean
want to be clear.
It's already the ball's not in your park.
I would just like to be clear that when I asked,
let's be clear.
When I asked you how you know when he's lying, you said, "I rely on my feelings."
Well, don't we all for everything?
No, I don't.
I mean, your whole consciousness is a projection.
That has nothing to do with this.
You cannot inherently.
But you just do
it totally does. I mean, how can you believe anything? You have varying levels of belief.
Do you want me to give you some examples of things?
Yeah, you can fact check it.
Okay. So
your facts are based off elements and objective truths and reality that you have to trust your brain to understand. And it goes down
but it's not based on it's never based on I think this is a good person. I don't know if you're on TikTok. Like there's a big creator on the left who just got taken down for all this because people trusted him and they ignored his behavior. They ignored his obvious lies. And it's one of the reasons like I didn't fuck with him because again, I came out of a cult. So I don't trust anybody anymore. I don't trust the left. I don't trust the right. I literally trust nobody.
But you're like all or nothing. You're all or nothing.
No, I'm not all or nothing. I'm showing you the lies that he's telling. And you guys are figuring out a way to justify why it doesn't matter that he's lying to you.
What kind of lie?
Well,
What
the
do you
tariff
think
one we
this
just did.
lie
Do you want me to
is
name some of his biggest
such
lies?
a lie, such a
Well, do you want me to name them or
disprovable
what?
undisprovable lie that is so manipulative and so terrible that discredits everything else that he's done?
Can I ask you a
And that
question?
you think he just cannot pass as a person in office anymore?
Do you recognize that when you just
Well, no. I'm asking you a question. Is that
I
something
am.
you're saying? Is that Trump
No.
is completely disregarded
No.
on this?
No, I didn't say any of that.
You don't think that?
I didn't know. I don't.
So what's the point then?
My point is, if you'll let me answer,
pretty easily disprovable.
if you'll let me answer, my point is that when he lies to you, you justify it, and I don't know why you do that.
Well, I mean, what's the lie? You know,
Well, we just
what am
covered.
I justifying?
Well, we just covered.
Am I justifying him lying about doing some heinous crime?
See, now you're changing.
That would be different.
See, this is what you have to do.
No, but it totally
No.
is circumstantial. It totally
Brother,
matters
stop using-
because I don't see it as an entire lie. I mean, obviously, you can define it as a lie, but I don't see it as I'm going to trick my supporters and try to trick other people by saying, oh, the countries are paying tariffs, guys. Not me, not you, not the companies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they'll believe that, and they'll just eat it up because they're a bunch of idiots. I don't think anyone believes that.
Well,
and I think he knows that. I don't think Donald Trump's stupid enough to genuinely
So why is he lying
believe
then?
that.
So what's he lying for then? If he doesn't think
he's
anybody
just
will
overly
believe
optimistic. I think he's a chest puffed out dude. He wants to look strong on the camera. He wants to look strong for Putin and China, and so he says shit like this. And it's like
he says dumb shit.
I guess it discredits him to people like you. But we all see through it, right? We all see through it.
No, because there's people in this chat all day, every day, and there's people that come up here and debate me all day, every day, who are convinced that other countries, just like you were when we started this conversation, that other countries pay the tariffs. Now, again, I'm going to go back to this question, though. Please, for the love of God, shut the fuck up until I finish the question, okay? Because I'm trying.
Come on, let's stay respectful. Come on, let's stay respectful.
I curse. It's not disrespectful. It's just.
I know you're trying to entertain a YouTube fan base, but like, I don't
brother,
know.
I curse. It's part of my lexicon. It's not disrespectful. I promise. It's not meant as disrespect. I'm just trying to be clear. I want to get this question out here. It's
not like that where I'm from.
All right.
That's whatever.
Well, I'm not where you were from. It's not It's not like that where I'm from either. Just to be clear, I'm just my own person.
I know most of the time we don't say,
please
shut the fuck up.
Okay, well I do. So just know that I don't mean it disrespectfully. What you're saying right now.
Do you smoke?
Cigarettes or the good stuff?
Cigarettes.
No. Okay, let me get the question out now. What I think the problem that we have here is that would you agree that America, like politically, like we're really divided?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Not as bad
wait.
as
It was a yes or no.
Pretty.
That's just yes. Yeah, just a yes or no. Yeah.
Well, so who cares? Who cares? I got it up.
Okay. Do you think that we can fix that divide if we're unable to just call balls and strikes on what's true and what's not?
Like in what sense? Like all or nothing. Fuck that guy.
No,
this guy's 100%.
No, on facts.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's what won Trump this election was all the bullshit that came in the previous administration. People didn't want to see it, so they voted for Trump. He was the better.
It has nothing to do with facts. It has nothing to do with facts, honestly. In fact, I would argue that what won Trump this election was mostly lies.
Really?
Yeah, really. He lies about everything.
You didn't see like all the sketchy, like secretive stuff that was going
on
underneath the counter.
Like what?
Well, I mean the fucking laptop, for example. Like
what about
you don't question shit like that. You don't
question
like, oh, it's got all these crimes. You got Hunter Biden videos of him sitting with hookers.
How do you know that? Wait, hold on. Let me ask you a question. How do you know? How have you seen those videos and those pictures?
Through the media, like how I found you.
Okay. So we both agree that those exist.
By the way, the mainstream media tried to deeply cover up and refuse to talk about it. And
See,
they
now
also
you're
get their money from that administration.
Brother, you're talking
so
to
it's
me.
just common sense.
You're talking to me, not the media. You're
talking to
me.
you.
Yeah, so let's talk about it.
100%.
Okay. So that laptop exists. Was Hunter Biden investigated?
I don't know. I don't remember. Was he?
Yes.
Okay.
Did he plead guilty?
By who? I don't know. Did he?
Yes.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
What did he plead guilty for?
There was a weapons charge and tax avoidance.
Okay. I think it would go deeper than that.
What crimes did he commit outside of that?
Wasn't there cocaine in the White House?
Yeah, there was. Yeah, but there was. But what crimes did he commit?
Whose cocaine do you think that was?
Brother, I don't know.
That's a crime.
Brother, I don't know if you know this about politicians and Washington, D.C. Everybody does cocaine. Everybody.
And that's not a good thing.
It's not. Well, fine. That's fine. But again, what crime? What crime? What crime do you think he did that he wasn't investigated for?
I don't. Didn't you say he never got charged for the cocaine? The drugs that he's done.
Nobody proved that was
his. He should have been charged for
No,
everything.
he was charged.
Yeah, but
he was charged for that. That's what that's what the gun charge was. The gun charge was because he had substance.
The gun charge.
Yes, because he had substance abuse problems, and because of that laptop, and you could prove that while he had a weapon, he was also doing drugs. That means he lied on his application to get his drug or his gun. Because on that, I don't know if you've ever purchased a gun, but you have to say like that you're not doing substances. Okay, well I have. So he lied.
I'm actually from Canada.
So he lied on his application. That tracks. He lied on his application for his gun. The laptop is actually what got him that gun charge.
Interesting.
Yeah. But this is. Can I just point something out real quick?
Hunter Biden's one cause, right?
Can I just point something out real quick?
Yeah.
You say like all the underhanded stuff that's going on. You recognize that in that same period of time, Trump was indicted 5 times, and he went to court 3 times. And in all 3 of those times he went to, 2 of the 3 times he went to court, there was a jury of his peers that found him either guilty or liable, including for 34 felonies.
A jury of his peers, you mean like someone that was in favor of him or should have been?
Well, we know for sure on the New York case, where the felony case, that there were 2 people that were Trump supporters. One of them who said they got like their news from OAN. So we know, and it was a unanimous jury.
I saw that the jury was not ideal for his situation.
Yeah,
and that
guilty.
There was a lot
it's
of
tough.
Bogus charges thrown in there.
Well, of course that's what they tell you, but did you check the bogus charges?
No.
Do you know what the charges are?
I'd love to hear them.
This is my problem. This is what I'm talking about. You've already decided that you love Trump. And so when you just hear something, hold on, let me finish.
I'm not trying to blindly defend the guy. I'm trying to be centric and fair.
You're literally blindly defending him. It's literally what you're doing right now.
Well, if that was true, I wouldn't ask these questions.
My question is, when you saw the information about Trump and saying that the jury was unbiased, why didn't you go fact check it? Why did you just be like, okay, that's fine?
Well, I didn't hear it from one source.
Why didn't you fact check it?
Sources, all different people.
Why didn't you fact check it?
Well, maybe it's because I'm Canadian, so I'm not entirely too focused to care all too much.
About the president just south of you being a literal felon?
Oh man, how much can a Canadian focus on? We got our own country to clean up. You know what I mean?
And Donald Trump just lost
well.
Donald Trump's so bad that you guys were about to win an election as conservatives and you got blown the fuck out.
By Trump.
That's how bad he is. Yeah, because Trump is so bad.
I don't think Trump did that.
Okay.
Trump tried to fuck with us.
Yeah,
but I don't think.
About the time Trump started fucking with you guys, the polls switched directions.
I don't even look at the polls because the polls were fucked in your guys' election.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. You don't understand polls either.
They were.
No, they weren't.
They said Kamala was gonna fucking win, and in the last few hours they swapped right around. That's like, how can you think anything?
Do you know what a poll is?
People go and they cast their vote and they're like,
no,
oh, this is the
that's
person
not a poll.
Support.
No, that's not a poll. No.
How's that not a poll?
That's not a poll. That's voting.
No. I'm not talking about the electoral voting. I'm talking about just doing polls. Like if you go to Pollster or whatever it is, you can open a poll and you can throw a link in your chat and people can click on both sides.
Yeah.
That's a poll.
Yeah. And do you know, so like when a poll says, like let's say in Wisconsin, that Kamala Harris has 52%. What does that mean?
I guess the majority of people that did that poll selected Kamala, no?
Yes, but what does it mean when they do polling? What's the conclusion they're coming to?
It seemed like those polls were trying to show well, what they said was chance of victory or whatever they
So a
said.
52% chance of victory, right?
Sure.
Okay, so that leaves a lot of times that you're not going to be victorious, right?
It's over half the time. And it
The
wasn't 50,
under.
it was over 50.
Under, it'd be 48. He would have been at like 48 if you were just doing. But either way, look.
No, I'm talking about Kamala. If Kamala had 52%, that's
It
over
means-
half the time that
I
she
know,
should
but
win.
that's what I was
And the
saying.
polls were way more in favor of her. And they
Yeah.
clearly were wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, the documents are there.
The No, I don't think you know what you're talking about, to be honest, on any of this. Here's
What
all
do you mean? It's there, right? Can you
I
not
don't
look
know.
at the
I don't know what
internet and say-
documents you're talking about, but this isn't important.
No, the
None of-
documentation.
excuse
There
me.
you
None
go.
of this is important.
Documentation. You
None
can
of
see the
listen,
poll.
Listen.
No,
I'm
I
tired-
think it is
It's
important.
not. I don't, and it's my show, so I'm going to go back to what is important to me and why I wanted to have this conversation is why you.
Well, it is your show.
Yeah. Why do you just believe things and you don't fact check them?
I try to do some base fact checking here and there, but most of what I put my decisions on is what values do I have as a person? What do I think as an individual you have to do
So you're
to
lazy.
get good things to happen, to try and well, this is the basis of all of our politics and everything.
Yeah, you're lazy.
Is the individual.
No, you're lazy.
It's not my job.
You're lazy.
Why are you calling me lazy?
Because you're just going on
There's
your.
lots of
because
people
you're
who
just
don't
going
even
on
do
your
that and they
feelings.
vote. What do you think of those voters?
Lazy.
Because lots of people who voted for
Lazy.
Kamala and Joe Biden, they didn't
Lazy.
do anything at all. They just
Lazy.
ate something. You think they're lazy?
Lazy.
But so you think that's a bad thing
Yes.
or what?
Yes.
So why do they have the right to vote?
Because
Do
we
you
all
think
have
they
the right
shouldn't
to
have
vote.
the right to vote?
Because we all have the right to vote.
Okay. So lazy's okay.
It's legal. I think I'm just saying you're lazy. I didn't say that you should go to jail. I just think you're lazy and
I've done
poorly
more
informed.
fact checking than a lot of people want to.
I don't.
And
okay.
I think the most
Where?
important
What did
thing
you fact
is to
check?
make sure
Tell
your
me what
humanity
you fact,
and your
then,
values.
Then tell me
are
what you
good.
fact checked, please.
Oh man, come on! That election was like
Just tell me. Just tell me one of the things you
100
fact
days
checked.
ago, and I did the shit. All the
What?
fact checking was like a year before that.
What
election.
did you fact check?
Well, the reason I bring that up is because I couldn't tell you.
You brought it up because you can't tell me.
No, I brought up the fact that election
Okay, tell me.
was so far
Let's do this
gone.
then. Tell me
couldn't
something
tell you.
that Kamala lied about.
Kamala's whole career was.
Tell me
built
something that she
off
lied
of her
about.
breaking the law. No.
No, absolutely not. She worked.
Yeah,
She worked in law
wasn't
enforcement.
She, before.
Tell me.
Yeah, but didn't she have to break the law? That's the ironic part. Didn't she, there was a law she broke. I forgot what it was.
There was.
But
What law?
yeah, there was.
What was
I
it
swear to
about?
God, I have a video of it on my phone. I saved it.
What was it about?
But,
What law did she break?
but I'm trying to remember. I think she broke some sort of law to get into the position that she was, and then she built her career off of that.
And you, okay, first of all, good luck with proving any of that. I've never even heard that. But Trump's a felon.
Well, no.
But Trump
I
broke.
want to see if I
But
can
Trump
pull this
broke.
video because I
But
swear
Trump.
I have the video.
But wait, Trump broke the law to win the 2016 election. He literally. That's literally what that case was about.
What laws did he break?
Campaign and finance laws.
What is that?
It's when there's rules on how you can accept money, and Donald Trump allowed somebody to pay off a bribe, which is way above the amount they're allowed to pay, and then he cooked his books to make it look like they weren't repaying a bribe, but they were just paying lawyer fees. And Trump was convicted. Trump was convicted. So.
Seems like
do you see the problem?
You really have to weigh up the two evils a lot.
No, it's not.
Because let's say that is true,
How many
right? Let's give you the benefit of the doubt. Say that's true.
No benefit
Let's
of the doubt.
totally say it's true. 100%.
Hold on. Are you saying
Kamala Harris
hold on.
and what
Hold
Doge
on.
has shown is
Hold
that
on.
tons of money was disappearing in the government when they weren't in office.
Hold on, brother.
What do you think that money was doing?
Hold on. First of all, you're wrong about that too. But I want we can go to that in a minute.
That's
what
not
crime?
wrong.
What crime was Kamala Harris convicted of?
I'm trying to find it on my phone.
She doesn't have any convictions. So good luck with that.
Not convicted, but
okay,
she
what
did
crime
break
was
the
Donald
law.
Trump convicted? Was Trump convicted? Was Trump
Trump
convicted?
was convicted.
Okay, so it kind of seems like you don't really
I
care
don't,
about.
but I
so
can't
kind
trust
of,
that.
Because it's Trump. Because he told you.
I can't
yeah,
trust
he just
either
told
side.
You not to try, it's not sides. It's the fucking
No,
court.
no, no. There's tons
No.
of supporters.
It's not
There's
political.
tons of different people. I heard.
It is not political. It's
I wouldn't
our
do it to the other side either.
It's our
I wouldn't
court.
do it to the other side
You
either.
didn't
I
de-
constantly
you didn't
try to
defend-
give the benefit of
Excuse
the
me.
doubt.
Did you just defend Hunter Biden?
But I've seen.
Did you just defend Hunter Biden when I said he was
dude,
guilty?
This is where
just
what
said
I
you do it
talk
for the
about
other side.
when it comes to the individual.
You just
if
said,
you are
listen, you sound like a
doing
bootleg
things
Steve
that are good
Bro,
value,
shut
good
up.
person.
You
I
can't,
put
I gotta
less
mute you for a
power
second.
to trusting
Brother,
the
I gotta
person.
mute you if you don't stop.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
I
come
appreciate
on,
it. No,
dude.
because you're derailing. You can't say that you care. That you say it's both sides. One person convicted.
But all the
shut up, Jesus, dude. One person was convicted. One's
There's
not.
a lot of delay on the call. I'm
One
sorry.
person was convicted. One was not. Let's call balls and strikes.
I think
one person was convicted.
all the times that I thought you were derailing or you going too far, I didn't cut you off.
Answer this, please.
You got to have good debate etiquette because this is not making either of us look good. You keep yelling at me.
Well,
it's not getting us
one
anywhere.
of us for sure isn't looking good. But one person was convicted. One person was not. Is
well,
that
dude? Who's
is
your
that
audience?
True?
Because if this is
or is that
the
true,
audience
or
you
is
want to
that
have,
false?
then
Is
this
that
might work
true,
for you. But
or
if you
is
want a
that
broad
false?
audience, people don't like this.
Listen,
shit.
I'm not interested in a guy with no.
I've tried to come here and be really civil,
listen,
but
I'm not
you're
interested,
fucking going
I'm
at
not
me,
interested
man.
in a guy with no audience telling me how to build an audience. I'm interested in you asking or answering the question. If we're going to call balls and strikes that you just said, let's do it. One person's convicted, one person isn't, right?
Okay.
And you support the one that's convicted while claiming that it's just the same on both sides. Is a conviction the same
You
as
told
not being
me
convicted?
That you think you shouldn't trust a lot of politicians. Why do you think that? Because the whole system is full of shit.
No,
and you can't
that's
see
not
through
why
the
I think
shit very
that.
well.
That's not
so
why I think
conviction or not this or that, you really have to go on the content of the character and what their
you go on
ambitions
the
are
evidence.
and how much work they're putting in.
No, the convictions are based on evidence, you dumbass.
But there's tons of evidence on the other side.
There's zero evidence.
There's tons of evidence
There's
both
zero
sides. You
evidence.
guys are dirty.
Trump's evidence,
Politics is dirty.
Trump's
You
evidence,
said that yourself.
Brother,
no?
this isn't politics. What the fuck are you talking about? Trump was the politician, and then the courts and a jury were the ones that found him guilty. It was not political. He just tells you that so that you don't fucking care that he's a convicted felon.
But
He
what was
tells
it
you that the
political? What do
reason
you mean?
he tells you that the reason he was convicted is because it was political, but it wasn't.
Okay, and I could see a ton of things that the Biden administration should have done better. I think it's illegal.
Why are you doing
or should
whataboutism
be
right now?
illegal.
Why are you not? See, this
Well,
is
what you're doing
this is why I
whataboutism
say you're
because
in a
you brought up
fucking
these
cult.
convictions.
This
I
is
never
why
brought
I
up the
say-
fucking
this
convictions.
is why
You
I
did.
say you're
You
in a
brought up
cult.
the convictions. You brought up all these random points about
Yeah.
Trump. We were talking about
Yeah.
tariffs, and you want to point the finger at
And you
me.
don't wanna
That
talk
was
about
you
any of
that
it.
did that.
And you don't wanna
so
talk
you
about
can't
any of
point
it.
the finger and be a hypocrite. It goes both ways.
It
So let's
doesn't.
play the game fair.
It doesn't go. Okay, tell me what.
You
say
said
what crimes-
politics is
okay, let's
dirty.
play it.
Politics is dirty.
This-
So what should we judge them off of? Because facts clearly doesn't go either way.
Jesus Christ.
You have to have a general fucking clue
You don't
on what the
have a
guy's
general
saying and
fucking
understand
clue.
their psychology.
You have no clue.
Well, neither do you. I don't think you have a fucking clue either.
I think you might be
I
too
can
dumb
play
to
the
follow
yelly
it.
asshole game too,
I
man.
think you might be too dumb to follow it, if we're being honest.
I think you're too dumb to follow it.
Well,
there you
yeah,
go.
but you just called a. You
I
just,
said it too.
Yeah, but you just called a court case political.
Court cases have been political.
Was this one political?
People make anything political.
Was this political?
They'll try to make anything
Was
political.
this political?
It could be.
Do you have evidence?
But
evidence
so
of
here's
that?
the thing. I'll give you
Do
a
you have
pointer.
evidence
Though.
of that?
I'll give.
I'm not
a
asking
pointer.
for
I'll give you
advice.
credit.
Answer the question.
You have a good amount of education, but I think there's differences between.
Okay, we've got a problem here. Now I've got to mute you. You're going to engage in this conversation, or we got to go. I'm tired of you playing whataboutism. We're going to talk about the fact that you said we could call balls and strikes, and you won't talk about Trump's convictions. You keep going to people who weren't convicted. So for the last time, and this is the only shot we've got, was Trump convicted or not? Now,
Piece of shit. I already said yes.
you were muted that whole time. Was Trump convicted or not?
Hold on.
This is so easy.
You had me muted that whole time.
Yeah, this is so easy. Was Trump convicted or not?
I already said yes.
Okay, so
I want you to
Right.
tell me
So
the things
now-
to do
now
with
the
his
question-
convictions
now the-
because I would love to listen.
Well, why didn't you look it up? Why were you so convinced it was political when you don't even know the details?
Well, I'm able to sit here.
I'm asking. I asked.
And I don't need to
why
be
don't you
a
answer
wizard of
questions?
knowledge.
Why don't
and
you
I would-
answer questions?
And I want to.
Answer my question,
Well,
please. Why were you so? And this is
the
this
answer
is honest.
to the question,
No.
dude.
Look in. No. I want you to look internally.
You're
and
like
I want you
tweaking
to,
the fuck out.
And I
And
want
it's
you
like
to,
I want
you-
to answer these
and I
questions,
want-
but you
and I want
only
you-
want a specific
Correct.
kind of answer.
Correct.
This is barely
Correct.
a debate.
It's
This is like
agreed.
super one-sided. I thought we were having a debate, but you're trying to interview me.
Great. So why do you think that you are the type of person who determined that a conviction was political without knowing any of the details?
I think the only reason why I've made most of my decisions for Trump and against Kamala and Biden are purely because when I look outside and I see all the things it takes a human and what they do and what I think about family and all these things, I generally will lean towards Trump because he feels more associative to that life that I envision.
And I'm telling you that
try to do some research.
And I'm
right?
telling you that
hold on,
sets
try
you
to
up.
do some research.
I'm cutting you off real quick. I'm telling you that that's how we got in this position.
Come on.
And that's why I say that you're in a cult, is because you are going exclusively
that's not a
exclusively
cult, though.
it is. It's exclusively on your feelings, and you're not looking up anything. You've decided to believe things without ever
I have a
fact checking
good
them.
metal detector on manipulation.
Do you?
I don't like to be. I think I do, but I think Trump associates himself to a lot of the good things
Like
in my
what?
values.
What are
and
the good
beliefs.
things he associates himself with that align with your values?
Well, he talks about family.
He's
and
been
he talks
divorced
about
3 times,
fathers,
cheated
he
on.
talks about the
He's
children,
been married 3
all
times,
these things.
cheated on all his wives.
Well, yeah, but people
publicly.
aren't perfect.
Okay, but again,
People
these are
aren't
your
perfect.
values.
You can
How many
learn.
times have you cheated on your wife?
I've never cheated. I'm not even married.
How many times did your dad cheat on your mom?
I don't believe ever.
You don't believe ever. Okay, but everybody, who do you know that chronically cheats on their spouse? That you like? Who in your
I'm not
personal?
gonna say any names.
Who are your friends in your personal life that chronically cheat on their wife that you would go into business with? How about that? Know any?
There's some people around me that have had infidelity
And
issues,
you go into business with them. You trust
and
them?
I don't respect that.
Do you
I
think they have
won't-
good family
you know,
values?
I will not think they're absolute.
Do you think
shit,
they have good family
but
values?
What are they striving
Do you
towards?
think they have
Can
good
you
family values?
Do you believe that you can
I don't-
be a
I'm-
bad person
do you
and
think-
still try to strive
do you
towards
think-
values and raise children
you
that can
think-
at least succeed where you didn't? Do
Do
you believe that?
think they have good family values? Those people.
I think they're trying to.
Okay, gotcha.
'Cause
So
they
you
clearly
so
got
then let's
married
so
and
then
then
let's
they failed.
amend so then let's amend it. You think Trump is trying to have good family values then? Can we amend it there? Is that fair?
Well, yeah, I would.
Okay,
yeah,
cool. What
100%.
other
He's
what other
cheated.
values do you
if
align
that's
with?
true, and he has had failed
Fair
marriages.
enough. Fair enough. What other values do you align with?
Well, children, I think protecting children and kids are good. I think men.
What do you think
and the
about what do
dynamic
you think
between
about
men
wait, hold
and
on.
Women,
Just one at a time, please. Just one at a time, please. You're saying about protecting children. Did you see the pictures I put up of the children in Palestine?
I have not followed anything on that
Okay.
war.
What
I
about
haven't even
what
looked
about the
at it.
court case I covered earlier, where Trump, as a way to get back at the governor of Maine, cut $3 million that was going to feed children for school lunch?
I haven't even heard about that.
Did
tell
you
me
know that
about
Trump's own children wouldn't talk to him for years? Don Jr. didn't talk to him for like 6 years because of the way that he handled the divorce from his mom publicly. Did you know that?
Why are they talking to them now?
Well, Don Jr. says that eventually he just forgave his father.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
Okay. Where's the care for children? Where's this care? I assume what you're talking about is that Donald Trump also hates trans people. Is that what you mean when you say taking care of children?
What do you mean hates trans people?
I mean, he doesn't. He hates trans people, or doesn't think trans people should exist or play sports, whatever you want to phrase it.
Well,
that's what you mean, though, right?
I think he agrees.
I'm not asking
I
you to
think
tell me what he thinks. I'm
agrees
asking
the
you.
same-
I'm asking you. Is that what you meant when you said he takes care of kids?
Well, just hear me out. 'cause
No,
not
I'm
gonna go on a
asking you if
fucking
that's what you
1-minute
meant.
rant.
I'm just asking you
It's
if that's what you meant, because I'm not interested in having this discussion if that's not what you meant.
when he says protect children, I
Mhm.
think in all ways a man should be protecting his man and woman, as well as protecting kids from that agenda.
But what's he doing to protect kids?
I
That's
agree
what I'm
with it.
asking.
But I don't think he hates.
What's he doing
trans
to
people.
protect kids is what I'm asking.
Well, I think he's raising a generation of men that want to be men.
He's not.
They,
The president
like,
doesn't
you know,
raise
in
children.
both
The president
ways.
doesn't raise.
Yeah, but he's that strength. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
Like,
I have
the
no clue what
traditional
you're
sort of
talking about.
sense. You're a man. You know what I mean?
Was
you go out there,
Obama?
you want to be tough.
Was
you want to be
Obama?
strong.
Was
He puts
Obama
that
raising
face
men?
on. You know that.
No,
you know
the
what that
president. No,
means.
this is why I say you're in a goddamn
But I
cult.
looked at Obama
Because you
too.
just said that the.
No.
You just
Because
said that the
I
guy.
respect Obama for
You
things.
just said that the guy.
Obama did the same
Shut
thing.
up.
It's
You just
the
said.
same
Listen.
situation.
Shush. You just said that the guy takes care of kids because he's raising a generation of children. He's showing them to be strong. That's why I say you're in a cult. Why the fuck are you looking at the president of the United States to raise
raising
your
a
children?
generation of? That's not what I meant or said. If that's even what I said.
That's what you said. You said he's raising a generation of men.
You're taking something. You're going really far with it. He's putting values in that are helping raise
What
a
values?
generation of men, especially in a generation where there's lots of parental issues.
What values?
Excuse me.
No.
So,
what values?
For example, you got Barack Obama.
No,
right?
Muted. You're gonna get muted. You have 2 seconds to give me the fucking values, dude. It takes you 25 goddamn minutes to answer a question. What values are you talking about?
Be a strong man.
What does that mean?
Be strong
what
for
does
your
that mean?
kids.
No,
show
one
them
at a time,
success.
One at a time. What does it mean to be a strong man?
Don't be a pussy. You know, work out when you can.
Draft dodging, never work.
Put yourself in tough situations. That's what Trump does. He goes in the camera all the time.
He dodged the draft, and he's been on record saying that you should not exercise because you have a finite amount of energy, and so exercising is actually wasted energy.
I think that's funny.
I understand that, but
funny.
is he raising a generation of people to work out and to serve their country?
I mean, he put RFK in the head of what was it called? The public health.
Oh,
what is
so
it called?
He puts other people. He doesn't do it himself. That a real leader,
but he respects it though.
I'm
not saying he's not.
A real leader,
he eats a lot of
McDonald's.
McDonald's.
Doesn't walk the walk. A real leader uses other people as examples.
He's allowed to live that life.
Yeah. What else? What other values?
But he can put. He, as a president, gave power to.
No.
RFK,
You said he's instilling those values in Americans. He doesn't hold those values. What other values are you talking about that he instills in Americans?
I'm not saying he's going to every person. He's saying this is what
you
we
said.
Need
He's
to
instilling
do,
those
just
values.
Like that.
I know. You said he's instilling the values. You think that?
I think you can take values from a role model or your hero in many ways.
Okay,
based off what they say, what
values
their actions
do you take
are.
from Trump then? What are the values you take from Trump?
Well, I was saying earlier, right? He thinks to be strong,
What does that mean?
To protect your
I know.
woman.
Then I asked what that meant, and you said working out, which he doesn't do. So what do you mean by that?
He doesn't do, but he does. He's not against working out.
I know, but you're looking at him as a leader.
Does work out, and that was a big political thing. They show RFK.
But you're looking at him as you've already done this, dude. You already did this one. I'm asking you about Trump and Trump alone. Don't mention other names. If Trump is the leader who's instilling the values, he needs to carry those values. And then the next question I asked was, what values is Trump teaching you? So what I'm asking is, what are the values that you find Donald Trump has that you would like to emulate?
Well, I think you're thinking this is very simple because it can be off
simple.
Actions. You put in power what you say.
What you could do is just answer the question.
You have to be exactly.
Why are you
That's
defining
my
that?
answer.
No, I'm asking you what values you take from Donald Trump.
I was trying to tell you, and you didn't like the answer.
No, you started telling me values that other people have. I'm talking about the values the principles
about
Trump
RFK,
lives.
which is a guy he put in power.
That's a different person.
When you purposely want to put someone in power like that,
bro, how hard is this?
Something?
I'm asking you a very specific question. What are the things Donald Trump does that you would like to emulate?
So, besides the children point that I already made.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
YouTube stream.
Hello.
Okay.
YouTube stream went down?
What's up?
Yeah.
Do you know why?
Hold on. I have no idea why.
All right.
That was me. I doxed you guys.
All right. Nothing I can do on this end. So we're on Twitch now. All right. Thanks, Jen. Go ahead. Tell me the values that are the things that Trump does that you would like to emulate.
Are we back?
Yeah, we're back.
We're back? Okay.
Wait. I need to make sure you know the question. What's the question I'm asking?
What are the values that I'm trying to emulate in Trump and what I think people should take out of him, as well as
No,
what
I'm
he's
just
doing
asking
for
you.
the
No.
next generation.
Nope. Don't answer new shit. I want to know the things the values that
Well,
Trump
no.
holds.
Come on. Oh, man.
That you want
You've
to
asked me
emulate.
so many questions, and then I'm
I've
only
asked
allowed
you-
to answer
I've
some
asked-
of them
no,
amongst the 10 that you put out
this
on
is
me,
the-
and then it has to conform a certain way
This is
that
the
you
question.
want.
I've asked this same question 10 times, and you just
Do you
changed
want
it.
to? Do you want to be a great interviewer one day?
No,
Is this
no.
your
I want you to
passion?
answer the fucking question someday.
What's your
values?
passion, dude?
What values? My passion is asking
What
people.
do
my
you get out of
passion-
this conversation?
My passion is asking people the same goddamn question 30 times in a row and them not answering it. That's my passion. But maybe you could answer it this time.
Well,
what values does Donald Trump have?
I'm being really
that you
slow
would like
here,
to
so
emulate?
I think you have more time.
What values?
I'm
do
being
you,
really
you have,
slow.
You have if you
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
answer
I
the
heard
question,
you.
I gotta
I
hang
heard
up.
you.
If you don't answer it, I gotta hang up because nobody cares about this shit anymore.
You can hang out if you want, but you're like.
Can you
yelling
answer the
at me and
question?
shit, so
Yeah, because you're fucking
I'd
dumb,
love
man,
to-
and it's frustrating. You're
Dude,
frustratingly dumb.
Go ahead and insult me because you know that you can't handle a regular
Are
conversation.
you interested in
That's
answering
okay.
this question at
Some
some point?
people that this is what a
Are
low
you-
emotional intelligence
Are
is.
you interested
'cause
in
you,
answering
you
this
supplement
question?
your
We'll just let him mute. At some point, you got to answer the question, bud. At some point, last chance.
muting me because I'm embarrassing you?
What's the question? Answer the question, please.
What's your question?
Oh my God.
Thanks for the
What
sub.
values?
You've done a lot of talking. You should be able to say it.
I haven't. You've been talking. What values do you see in Trump that you that you would like to emulate?
I want to be able to talk strong like him.
What does that mean?
I want to.
What does that mean?
You listen to Trump all the time.
I think he's an idiot. I don't think he talks strong. I think he talks like a fucking dumbass
The
cult leader.
demeanor.
His
I think
demeanor,
the ability to stay respectful, but also come off as an asshole when it counts the most.
Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here with that. I want to.
You're
say,
pretty good at the You're pretty good at the disrespectful part. You're very
Disrespectful?
insulting.
Well, brother, this is fucking stupid, and
Disrespectful.
you know it. You know it's fucking stupid. You can't figure out. You can't come up with one value.
It
I
is
asked
pretty
for
stupid
values
because I
and
came
you're like,
here. I thought we were going to
Trump
have a
seems
mature
strong.
conversation.
Trump seems strong. And
Then I got
also
this
want
guy.
to seem strong. Yeah, I've had about enough. Thanks, bud. I appreciate you being here. You can come back another time. I'll open this other one. Jesus Christ, that was dumb. Where are you at, Jen? Jump into that one. Thank you, Jen. All right. How much time we got? I do have a bunch of messages to read.
I moved the other stream that was private. I just made it public. I don't know why the other one went down. It just did. So
Did you check to see if there were notifications on it, or no?
there were.
All right, we'll look after. All right.
I think that we're live on the horizontal now. So
Okay.
since I'm here, do you want to read some of the?
That's what I've got up. Yeah.
messages? Do some announcements.
Okay.
Read it first, or you wanna-
I'll read. Did you update the math? I didn't even look. Do you want to update it while I read them?
I have the.
Okay. I did that. Robin said, thanks, Jay, Jen, and mods. Amy Lynn said, failed businessman who doesn't pay his bills. Hey, Howdy said, oh my gosh, this is so sad. And oh my gosh. Melissa said, Dollar Train, hope you feel better soon. Tamar said, I have a debate. Proceeds to monologue the entire time and never answer a question. It sounds like Trump. Jen said he doesn't even go here. Dreamliner said, Jay is a Canadian American. Please, please, please. I am so embarrassed for this guy. Amy Lynn said, Trump asked courts to drop the abortion pill case, allowing abortion pills for all. How will Christians justify this? They'll just close their eyes and be like, this was 5D chess. Rory said, Jay, you're better than me. Amy Lynn said, how about Trump's ex-wife claiming you raped her forcefully and ripped her hair out? It's in the court documents. Let me check here. You know, it's not even like maybe it's patience. I don't know. I'm desperate to have real conversations. And it's hard. Sean says, do your job, Jay. Thank you. Jen joined. Thanks for joining the Dollar Train. Betsy said, fuck Trump, fuck fuck Jones, most of all, fuck Tex. Tony says they're always painfully dumb. Goddamn, wasn't me. Said that guest has me doing air throat punches. And did I get everything here? Judith said, fuck Mary. Oh, nope. Never mind. Fuck Tex. Marry Jennifer. Kill. I don't know. Love y'all. All right. Jen, let me add this up if you want to do just announcements. I'll go a little later today. So we're good.
So we've got, typically we wrap up at 1 Pacific time. So Jason's will stay a little later. So roughly 35, 45-ish minutes. You guys can help knock out whatever the rest of that balance is. We are on schedule to go live with Admir later. So hope Jay will be on with Admir to do debates in the wild. So that's usually around 5:45 Pacific time, where we'll have it in the Discord and other places. So that's going. If you haven't already subscribed to us on Twitch, please do so. You can use your Amazon Prime sub. Use Jeff Bezos' money. And then if you aren't already subscribed to us on YouTube, please do so. Over there, just subscribe, hit the heart, all that kind of good stuff. And if you could check out our content on the videos, we got Hoofy, who's been helping us do a lot of clips on videos. So we're putting out content on a pretty consistent basis. So if you guys would get engaged with that, we would appreciate it. I don't want any more ops today because my head hurts from your Canadian conversation. But if that happens again, if you want people in opposition, how to do that is you DM me on Discord. I just read the same as Venmo, Jen with 2 N's, Dub with 2 B's, the number 1. And then check out our link tree for our other socials and our merch. What vegetable can work as a sports announcer?
I don't know.
A commentator.
Damn it. I was going broadcaster. I was close. Thank you, Jen. I did update that goal. All right. Let's get back just to that Trump interview. Here Trump is now defending the second
More than
term.
3 months into.
I did see some polling on this. 21% of Americans think Trump should run for a second term. It's not even popular among conservatives. But here he is bringing it up again.
Office, President Trump isn't willing to fully commit to taking ownership over the economy. When does it become the Trump economy?
It partially is right now. And I really mean this. I think the good parts are the Trump economy and the bad parts are the Biden economy.
It's as stupid as he has to be. That's good enough for the Trump people. Yeah, that's right. Literally everything bad that's happening when it comes to like the stuff he's being criticized for specifically the stock market, businesses being going under, farmers losing their farms, ports being empty. Literally all of that is directly tied to his actions. This is the kind of narcissist that we're dealing with. And he's a narcissist that's like way past his prime. He can't even like hide it anymore. He's just out there telling you guys, yeah. Everything that's good is me. Everything that's bad is Biden. Even when it's obvious, like, this is you. You did this. I promise you that we're not in a trade war because of Joe Biden. We don't have empty ports because of Joe Biden. Farmers aren't losing their jobs or their farms because of Joe Biden. People who are looking for agriculture help that need to hire people that suddenly don't have people to hire, also not Joe Biden's fault. Every bit of pain that you're feeling right now is him, which is unusual. It's almost impossible for a president at this point in 110 days, wherever we're at inside of that, to do this much. It's almost impossible, but he's pulled it off. And the only reason he can pull it off is because Congress is like, we're not doing our job anymore. We'll just let Trump do everything. We won't stand in the way. We're just going to sit on our hands and do nothing. You guys just took like a dictator. And he said he would do it for day 1. I don't know, it's day 103, 104. We're long past day 1. He's still doing dictator shit.
Because he's done a terrible job. He did a terrible job on everything.
So let's talk about the tariffs. And I want to ask you about something you said this week. Got a lot of attention. You were at your cabinet meeting. You said, quote, I'm going to quote what you said, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30.
Yeah.
And maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. Are you saying that your tariffs will cause some prices to go up?
No, I think the tariffs are going to be great for us because it's going to make us rich.
But you said some dolls are going to cost.
How? Can somebody explain how tariffs will make us rich? The whole point of tariffs, like, let's just think about it. If you use tariffs to bring back American manufacturing, let's just say Trump's plan works. Let's just say the math works. And we use tariffs to bring American manufacturing jobs back here, which are not terribly high paying. Once they're here, we're not going to have tariff revenue anymore. So then what? Then how do we pay for shit? See what I mean? If the tariffs bring the manufacturing jobs back and we manufacture in America, then we don't have revenue anymore. That's a problem.
More. Isn't that an acknowledgement that some prices will go up?
I don't think a beautiful baby girl that's 11 years old needs to have 30 dolls. I think they can have 3 dolls or 4 dolls because
we're rationing presents now. That's what we went from. We can't afford anything under the Joe Biden to that's okay if we can't afford things. We really, this was us. We should buy less. This conversation only exists if things are going poorly. You get that, right? That's why you're doing this. That's why you're repeating this. Just because he says it. He fucked it all up. Things were not perfect. And I would say things were pretty bad. We were still on the verge of a recession. We have been since 2019. We've been staving off a recession since 2019. It's coming no matter what. But good Lord, he's gonna usher it in, and he's gonna set up all of his rich friends to benefit, and he's gonna fuck all of us. And you guys have gone from groceries are too expensive, gas is too expensive, to it's okay if things are too expensive, we'll just have less and we'll be happy with it. It was never your argument. Your argument was never about do things cost too much. Your argument was always I want Trump. And that's your argument now. It was the last guest's argument. All you guys are just saying, like, we just want Trump. No matter what Trump does, we just want him. That's it. Stop talking to us about it. Stop pointing out that shit. It's the same response I get from the people in the cult that I grew up in. If I bring it up to my parents, to my friends that are still in that cult, they'll say things like, we don't want to talk about that. My dad had a best friend for 40 years. I love this guy. In his 60s, he got divorced. And part of the reason he got divorced was because he learned about Mormons practicing polygamy and how our church had covered that up in a lot of ways and lied to us about polygamy. And so my dad's best friend in the whole world came to my dad and was like, hey, dude, I don't know about this. I've got questions about this. They lied to us about polygamy. I haven't really been going to church. But can we talk about it? And my dad told him, you know better than that. We're not talking about this. That's what you guys are. You know better than that. You know better than to question Donald Trump.
Thanks for the sub.
You're out here literally saying it's okay for things to be expensive because Trump has a plan. And you're not even going to recognize that that's what he ran on? That's why you guys were, fuck Joe Biden. Joe Biden's economy is terrible. In what way has our economy gotten better since Trump took office? Is the dollar going further? No. It's crashing. Let's be real honest about it. Let's say out there, those blue collar workers, let's say during the Biden administration, you were making $60,000 a year. And that was barely enough to feed your family. You have no savings. Well, now that dollar is worth less. So even if let's say you got a raise to $62,000, you still might have less money because everything else is getting expensive and the dollar doesn't go as far. I'm honestly begging you, MAGA folks, because you'll regret it later. I can tell you, I spent years defending my church. I spent years defending my beliefs, and I have deep, deep regret. I promise you'll regret it. You are going to regret blindly following this guy, because even if his plan works out and he winds up being a good president, there's still going to be hundreds of lies that you just believed. And if you think that ends at politics, you're out of your fucking mind. It's conditioning. One of the reasons that people, after you leave a cult, one of the reasons that so many people struggle for so long is because you don't recognize your conditioning. You don't even know that it is conditioning. Stuff like saying trust your gut. Don't trust your gut. Don't do it. Never trust your gut. Not by itself, especially if trusting that gut is, I'm going to give this person some power over me. I trust them. I have no evidence, but I trust them. I'm going to give them this power over me. And that's where we're at, because you guys have all given Donald Trump so much trust that you're willing to wait and see on if him ignoring the Constitution and ignoring the Supreme Court and not knowing what tariffs are, you're cool with it. Like, we'll wait and see. That's where it's gotten you so far. But this guy's going to die. And it's not going to be that long until he dies. Like, I don't know, maybe 10 years left, maybe 15 if he really fucking kills it. He's going to die, but the conditioning that you've learned through MAGA, that lives with you. That stays with you. You're going to get into abusive relationships. You're going to trust the pastor at your church who abuses you or abuses your children. You're going to trust the minister in your area who then scams you for all of your money. You are being conditioned to believe things without evidence on a daily basis. And when it's uncomfortable for you, you run. And that's why I kept that guess on for the longest time. Please, if you want to go back and watch that, it was not a debate. It was someone being exposed. And I want you to see that that's what it's like dealing with a cult member. That if you ask a question that they don't like, they change the question because they don't want to confront the reality that this guy's just lying to them every fucking day. And that he's now telling you, like, you will get, let them eat cake. You will get crumbs and you will like it. And you're like, you know what? I've been meaning to lose some weight anyways. So I love this. This is what I voted for. You didn't vote for this. He didn't tell you this. We'll keep going with the dolls.
Have $3 or $4 because what we were doing with China was just unbelievable. We had a trade deficit of hundreds of billions of dollars with China.
When you say they could,
which his Treasury Secretary said this morning was a good thing, and that's what allows leverage. Let's be clear.
have $3 instead of $30. Are you saying Americans could see empty store shelves?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they don't need to have $30. They can have 3. They don't need to have 250 pencils. They can have 5.
Is it okay in the short term to have a recession?
Look, everything's okay. What we are.
Everything's okay. Trust in me. Everything's okay. It's fine, guys. It's just fine. And you're like, yeah, it is fine. He said it was fine. What's fine right now?
I said this is a transition period. I think we're going to do fantastically.
The president's first 100 days also marked by his immigration crackdown and mass deportation efforts. Your Secretary of State says everyone who's here, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Do you agree, Mr. President?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
Well, the Fifth Amendment says
I don't know. It seems it might say that, but if you're talking about that, then we'd have to have 1 million or 2 million or 3 million trials.
He just said, yeah, I know what the Constitution says, but it's kind of inconvenient for what I'm trying to do here. Tell me that's not what he's saying, Republicans. Tell me he's not saying that right now. Yeah. I know what the Fifth Amendment says, but it's inconvenient. We're going to have trials. Yep. Yeah. Or we can just say the Constitution doesn't matter. Are you sure? Are you sure he's right? Honestly, are you sure that the people he's deporting are here illegally? Are you sure that the people that he's sending to prison on life sentences are members of gangs? Are you sure? No, you're not. Because we don't even have records on 75% of them. Anybody who says they're sure is just saying, I trust Trump. That's the whole movement now is, I trust Trump. He's lying. Look at this. He's lying. Yeah, I know he's lying, but you're taking him literally. Why are you taking him literally? You're not. Why aren't you taking him literally?
Have thousands of people that are some murderers and some drug dealers and some of the worst people on earth. Some of the worst, most dangerous people on earth. And I was elected to get them the hell out of.
I already covered that part of it on the one previously. All right. I think this is. I know we covered the dolls, but I think this is the right clip. I hope it is. Yeah. This is what's this guy's name? Trey Gowdy, former congressman, maybe senator. This is Karl Rove. Fun fact about Karl Rove. Karl Rove is largely responsible for the poor performance of Mitt Romney in 2012. But Mitt Romney's a stand-up guy, so he never blamed Karl Rove. But Karl Rove, you'll notice Karl Rove, nobody ever asked Karl Rove to run a campaign again after the Romney campaign.
If the president were to call me, I would say, I want you to address the nation from the Oval Office on the issue of tariffs. No media, no questions. Explain to them exactly what you're doing, why you're doing it, and why perhaps a little bit of short-term pain is going to be worth it. Why not do that? Why not just go to the Oval Office and speak directly to the American people?
Yeah, I wish he'd done it at the beginning of this process. I think he may be at a point where the American people say, well, great, now you tell us. But it would be better. It would be better to give a formal address to the country than to make these offhand comments. I thought it was really problematic when he said, "Well, you know what? The kids, those little girls at Christmas, they don't need $30. They can do it too. And if they have to pay a couple more bucks for them, okay." Well, it sounds like Mr. Scrooge, and the ordinary American is like, "Wait a minute! I thought you were on my side. I didn't think you were on the side of saying I need to do with less." You got plenty of money. I got to make mine stretch as far as I can. I think right now, almost more important than a White House address, is to begin to show some progress. Get a couple of trade agreements, as you know, serving in Congress. They are tough things to get done, and they're big, thick bills. But at least the president could be in a position where he says, look, we've reached an agreement with fill in the blank, India or Japan or North Korea or South Korea, and here's what we've agreed to. We've agreed that our tariffs on each other's goods and services is going to be 0 or 5%, and we're going to address the problem of, in the case of Japan, of selling U.S. beef and blah, blah, blah. But give us a sense that we are on a path to getting these.
Let's be honest about this. The reason that Donald Trump is not going out and discussing the trade deals that they've got negotiated is not because of what he says. Oh, why? I'm not going to tell you that. It's a secret. But the people on the other end, they're not being very secretive. Japan is saying, no, he can go fuck himself. We're not negotiating these bullshit tariffs. We had a good trade agreement. If we want to go back to that trade agreement, we can start there. But no, we're not going to give concessions to Trump. Why? We don't need them. And by the way, Japan has leverage. Remember that one time Trump slapped universal tariffs on everybody? And like 3 days later, 4 days later, he got rid of them, maybe a week. Do you know why he did that? Because Japan owns a bunch of treasury bonds. And Japan and Canada and France and Italy and China can crash our economy tomorrow if they want to. And Japan said, do it. Keep going. We'll just sell your treasury bonds. We'll just start unloading your treasury bonds, and you guys will crash. And Trump's advisors scrambled, literally middle of the night, scrambled to the White House to beg him to stop. And he did. The reason Trump isn't announcing any of these, isn't announcing deals, and the reason he keeps announcing deals that were already negotiated during the last administration and pretending that they're his is because they're not negotiating with him. Because he doesn't have any leverage. And they don't need him. And they recognize that all they really have to do is outlast Trump. Because if Trump were to be impeached or Trump were to be removed from office, J.D. Vance wouldn't do any of this shit. J.D. Vance cares what people think. J.D. Vance isn't going to double down on the world's dumbest trade negotiations. I mean, just the dumbest. There's no economist who thinks this is good. The only people even like Scott Bessent isn't even saying this is good anymore. Scott Bessent is fighting with people like Mr. Wonderful. And who's that other idiot? What's that idiot with the slick back hair? Forget it. What's that guy's name that's always around Trump laughing at all his jokes? Somebody, Howard? Is it Howard? Lutnick. Howard Lutnick. Everybody knows this is dumb. And this is why I'm afraid of this administration and why I want to have the discussion with Maga, but it's tough. Because we can't get you guys to live in reality. This is a former elected Republican. This is a Republican, they're both Republicans. This is a staunch advocate of Donald Trump. And this is a staunch advocate of the Republican Party. And they're on TV together, playing patty cake, not even really willing to go after Trump, but just be like, yeah, it'd be nice if this guy started telling the truth once in a while. It'd be nice if he was on TV not telling us we needed to do with less. It'd be nice if all these things he claims are happening started happening and they could announce them. That'd be nice. We're at that stage now where at least some MAGA's like, yeah, it would be nice. It is starting to be a little suspicious. Trump was asked about his call to Jeff Bezos.
Let me ask you about this call to Amazon.
Remember, Amazon, there was a subsidiary of Amazon who started putting up the tariff costs next to Trump. I think it was called Amazon Hall. They started putting up the tariff costs next to the price, so people would know that they didn't raise the price. Trump did. So Trump freaked the fuck out and called Bezos. And Bezos like, oh, no, we didn't do anything. We're not going to do that. First of all, why not? Why would Amazon? This is one of those things that like people say is political. I don't get it. This is business. If you're running a business and you're selling water, you're selling water bottles, and you're selling them for 60 cents a piece, and then you get slapped with a 100% tariff, and now they're $1.20, and your base is your customer base is like, whoa, dude, we're struggling here. The American people are struggling. You're just gonna raise your prices like that? I'd be like, yeah, I didn't. Trump raised my price, so that 100%, it's because Trump did it. I didn't raise my price. I'm keeping my same margins, but I had to pay a tariff that Trump charged me. So sorry. That's good business. And Trump is calling. He's like, how dare you do that? And MAGA goes out in the streets and like, this is political bullshit. Everybody's always just trying to fuck with Trump. No. And that's how afraid people are. That's why it's a cult. Like, everybody knows Trump will never react rationally, and he will use the federal government as a way to get vindication. So Trump calls Amazon, works out a deal, and he probably said, Jeff, dude, I'm cutting you in on this. I'm gonna give you carve-outs. So don't fuck me on this, because I'm giving you carve-outs. Do you want me to tell the American people I'm giving you carve-outs? And Jeff's like, oh, I don't know. I don't know anything about that. Suddenly the tariffs are gone. What kind of, like, as a shareholder, if you're a shareholder of Amazon, you like that? You're comfortable with that? You're comfortable with the president literally calling up the CEO and like, don't you dare tell the people that the price increases were because of me. Don't you fucking dare. Got a lot of pussies in this country.
Founder Jeff Bezos this week in response to a report that Amazon was going to display tariff costs next to product prices. Are you going to punish CEOs who increase their prices because of tariffs?
I think
no should have been the answer. The president shouldn't be punishing anybody. Y'all got daddy issues. I swear to God, you guys just all have daddy issues. What the fuck? Are you going to punish people who don't do what you say? Well, no. Are you going to punish people that are going to do that don't do what you say? No, that's what the answer should have been there. In a non-dictatorship, in non-fascism, in a non-attempted overthrow of the government, in any other scenario where we're doing democracy, the answer to that is no. But we're not there right now. We're in a different world. We're in a world where I better think about that. I got to think about whether or not I want to force companies to bend the knee.
I think what is a great misnomer is into the United States and build plants, factories, offices, a lot of things. I think it's an incentive, but
it's also a tax. Like, bro, he's so fucking stupid, and you guys just let it happen. Well, I don't call it a tax. Like, it's like going outside in the rain. Oh man, the rain got y'all wet. I don't call it rain. I call it Jesus water. It's still rain. It's still rain, dude. It's a tax. Well, I don't like calling it that because then my constituents figure out I'm taxing the middle class and giving tax cuts to the rich. Let's be honest about that. You're going to pay tariffs. The rich are going to be exempted, and they're also getting a tax cut. Ooh, this is really working out for you guys, isn't it? Really working out. If you're a homeowner, if you're a parent, specifically if you're a one income household, whether you're a single parent or you're a stay-at-home parent, this is not good for you. All of this just leads to you having less money and working more hours. Well, at least we got more manufacturing jobs. Hallelujah. Now we can all go get our arm ripped off by a robot. Terrific.
The thing that's not known is if you look back and see, oftentimes like China or Vietnam or other countries, not just China, because China's an abuser, but there are other abusers. Many of them are friends, the so-called, I say friend and foe, and friend is oftentimes worse than foe. But what people don't understand.
All right. I just thought that was a good peek into his mind. Friends are worse than foes. It's because Donald Trump's such a backstabber, and he doesn't have friends. He's never. Who's his lifelong friend? Name one person who's been in Trump's life his whole life, or outside of his family. And even most of his family's like, nah, out. It's because Trump is legitimately a sociopath, legitimately a narcissist. He doesn't have friends, and he views everybody as, I have to fuck you over before you fuck me over. That's how he operates. It's a good way to operate if you want all the money. And honestly, like if Trump led our country that way, we would see benefits from it, but he's not doing that. He's not doing things that benefit us. He's doing things that benefit him and his handful of really, really rich friends. So when you guys say, I like Trump, he's a hard negotiator. I think that there's some utility in getting somebody like him to negotiate a deal like this if the deal is going to benefit us. But there is no deal. There's no benefit to us here. He's yet to explain how any of this is going to benefit us. Even bringing manufacturing jobs back. Ask yourself this question legitimately. Does it benefit you? If you work in construction, if you're a school teacher, if you work in pharmaceuticals, how does bringing back American manufacturing benefit you? Who does it benefit? Massive corporations who already are, you can see like their wealth compared to the wealth of the people that they pay, massively accelerating. This is a handout to billionaires. If we bring back American manufacturing, it's not going to be Talon, our friend that's here all the time. You're not getting a manufacturing plant. The only people that can afford to invest in manufacturing are the billionaires. And then they're going to want to make a return on that investment. And then they're going to make sure that their other investors make a return on that investment. And so they're going to pay the workers the least amount that they possibly can. They're going to give them the worst benefits that they possibly can. And then they're going to get filthy fucking rich. This doesn't benefit any of you. Even if Trump nails this, even if he brings back American manufacturing, it doesn't benefit any of you. We get shittier, more expensive products. We don't make any more money, but some billionaires get richer. Please, for the love of, please just try your very best to play this out in your life. How does this benefit the average American? It doesn't.
Standards, and this is a lot. The country eats the tariff. The company eats the tariff. And it's not passed along at all.
Well, some CEOs are saying they're going to have to pass it on. So how do you deal with those CEOs?
But the company,
how do you deal with those CEOs?
China is eating the tariffs right now.
What do you say to those CEOs who are saying we might have to pass this on to the consumer?
Well, they say that because maybe it's to their advantage to say it.
Will
Maybe
you punish them?
Maybe there was a glimpse into his life. Why do they say the thing that is true? Think about this. For that last caller, if you're still here, I don't know if you're still here, but here's where we probably should have got. Think about this. It is true that the country doesn't eat the tariff. It is true that it's likely passed on to the consumer, almost always. It is not true that the country eats it. It is not true that it is never passed along to the customer. So we've got two different accounts here. And what Trump says, when asked, like, well, why do they say that thing, which we all agree is true? Why did the other people say the true thing? And he says, well, because it, probably just benefits them to say that thing that's not true, even though it is. He's telling on himself. He does this all the time. We all agree that the things he's saying isn't true and the things that they're saying are true. And now he's saying, well, they probably do that because it benefits them. These are his thoughts in his brain, that his brain created, that came out of his mouth. Where do you think those thoughts came from? Maybe from a guy who lies about everything when it benefits him. Maybe it's coming from that guy. And maybe, just maybe, the reason he keeps lying about tariffs is because he leaves you guys in a state of confusion. Because you don't want to believe that he's this stupid, and he might not be, But you also want to believe everybody else is the bad guy, so he just puts you in a holding pattern. We'll see how this plays out. That's what you all say. Yeah, we'll see how this plays out. They're clearly telling the truth. He's clearly lying, but he wouldn't lie because I trust him. So something's off here. Something's off. It couldn't be that Trump's lying. It's got to be something else. So we're going to wait and see. This is what we called in getting out of cults, in deconstructing, we call that put it on the shelf. Not convenient, put it on the shelf. Not convenient, put it on the shelf. I'll address this later, put it on the shelf. Oh, I don't even know what that means, put it on the shelf. He loves America. America first, baby. This is what we voted for. This is why you guys lose. 21% approval rating. Oh, but Joe Biden would have been better. You'll do anything but address the shit that you just put on the shelf behind you. This is one of those shelf moments. He's telling you why he's lying to you. Because it benefits him. Because it makes it so that you guys don't turn on him. So that he can keep pulling this off. It's a heist.
No, because you know what? I want them to build plants in the United States. That way they don't have any tariffs. See, tariffs will, and not only will, look at what's happened. In 2 months, we're close to $9 trillion of investment. Nice guy. We have a relationship. I asked him about it. He said, well, I don't want to do that. And he took it off immediately. So he changed. I asked him about it. Anywhere near that.
What did you say to Jeff Bezos?
He's just a very nice guy. We have a relationship. I asked him about it. He said, well, I don't want to do that. And he took it off immediately.
So he changed course. And will you take that same tactic with other CEOs if you
I'll
feel
always
like...
call people if I disagree with them. If I think that somebody's doing something that's incorrect, wrong, or maybe hurtful to the country, I'll call, absolutely.
Which part of adding the tariffs to the price was incorrect, wrong, or hurtful to the country? Was it incorrect? No. Is it morally wrong? No. In fact, I would argue it's more transparent because people are understanding what they're paying for. And does it hurt the country? No. Who does it hurt? That guy. You guys have been duped into this way of thinking where even though you think, oh, this is what's best for the country, what you're really thinking is what's best for him. Transparency, which you guys love, is best for the country. But when Amazon threatened to be transparent, he shut it down. Because he doesn't want transparency. He doesn't want you guys to know why you're paying more. It's great for him. He wants you to hate Jeff Bezos. He wants you to hate Walmart. He wants you to hate Best Buy. He wants you to hate anybody but him. He wants you to blame anybody but him. These are his tariffs. And he is demanding that people not be transparent. And you guys are like, yeah, that's right. It's for the best of the country. It's not. It's not for you. The best. It's not the best for you. It's not the best for the country. It's only the best for him. And this is what cult leaders do. They convince you that what's best for them is best for the country.
Wouldn't you want me to call? Biden wouldn't call because he didn't know what was happening, but I do.
Thanks for watching.
And then you got to get in a shot at Joe Biden. Because, and by the way, that's what you guys will react to. When you're watching this, you'll be like, yeah. That's a good point, Donald. That's a good point. It could have been worse. It could have been Joe Biden. Do you think he would have done any better? And now you're talking about Joe Biden. And now you're not talking about the fact that Donald Trump just said transparency is bad for America. It's really bad for America if you tell the truth about tariffs. But what did you react to? What, Joe Biden would have done any better? Yeah. It's how this works. It's how they slowly walk us into an absolute heist. I wanted to show you Warren Buffett, who's retiring.
One of the most successful.
Congratulations, Warren Buffett. I want you to hear what Warren Buffett, though, probably the greatest speculator in the history of our country. I hate his craft, by the way. I hate speculators. I don't like that Warren Buffett's. I don't like that people like Warren Buffett exist. I don't think you should be able to get that rich off the backs of other people's labor, but here we are. Hear him tell you what we can expect. Hear him tell you, the greatest speculator of all time, what he thinks the economic outcome will be from these tariffs. And when you're done with this, if you're on the Republican side, I would just ask you to go find a Republican economist or a right-leaning economist, not a Fox News host, not a CNBC host, an economist. and just find one that disagrees with Warren Buffett. You can't find them. They don't exist. The only people who still are disagreeing are Donald Trump and Donald Trump fans. Not even his own Treasury Secretary is willing to go out this morning and repeat what Trump says. Nobody is. It's just you guys. You're the enablers.
One of the most successful investors of all time, the so-called Oracle of Omaha, is announcing he's stepping down, with Warren Buffett also firing a warning shot about U.S. trade policies. Yamiche Alcindor joins us now from West Palm Beach with more. Yamiche, good evening.
Good evening, Hallie. It is the end of an era. After 6 decades leading Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett said he will step down as CEO. And Buffett said he planned to formally recommend that his handpicked successor replace him as CEO at the end of the year at the company's board of directors meeting today. And the 94-year-old also made news by criticizing hardline trade policies. And while Buffett did not mention President Trump by name, he said this. Take a listen.
And there's no question that trade can be an act of war, and I think it's led to bad things. I mean, we should be looking to trade with the rest of the world, and we should do what we do best, and they should do what they do best.
Buffett also said trade should not be a weapon. Hallie?
Thanks for watching. Stay up.
I'm so tired of those ending. Sorry, people are getting upset. I'm using NBC News. They're just good at aggregating the content. Let me read a couple messages. We'll go a little longer. We're pretty close to the goal. I don't know if any. Oh shoot, I haven't been checking the super chats. Shit, it wasn't gone. Did I read that? I read that. All right. Amber says he's saying you'll be broke, only afford $2. There's another part of that conversation, by the way, I didn't cover, where a lot of Republicans are out there saying like, oh, you get a nice doll, the American Girl dolls. That's what we really want. People want. I think it was. Caroline Levitt who said that. But we want nice dolls. We want quality dolls. And I checked. American Girl dolls are also manufactured in China. So just in case that comes up in a debate with you guys, just know American Girl dolls also not manufactured here. I probably have to read these in order. From Bree. Bree says, fuck, marry, kill. Choose, please. Your rug. Me, the last guess. And we're saying banish. Fuck, marry, banish, because I don't believe in doing away with someone's life. So we're just putting them on their own island. So we're going to go. Actually, this one's pretty easy. Bree, you're going to get it. I'm going to marry the last guest because I want dual citizenship and free healthcare. And the rug is getting banished. It's pretty used and worn out at this point anyway. So great question. That's a really good question. Let's see. And the other one is fuck, marry, banish the entire Twitch chat, me and Elon. All right, Elon's getting banished. I'm marrying the entire Twitch chat just to get back to my polygamous roots. And Bree, you're gonna get it again. That's back to back. Bree's gonna get it. That's pretty good. Where can we send money messages? You can send money messages to PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, or Super Chats. The links are either above me or to the side of me, depending on where you're watching. Let me update the goal here. Dogs are going crazy. I don't know if you guys can hear that. All right. I wanted to look at this. This is FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr. I want to say something here. My knee-jerk reaction to this video initially was to say that everything he said here was wrong. The second time I watched it, there's some stuff I actually agree with, but I don't think it's what this administration is doing. So I want to be clear. Some of what Brendan Carr says here I agree with, but I don't agree with their solution. The FCC now, Trump's FCC, of course, is talking about polling licenses from organizations who say things that they don't like or that they claim are untrue. They're talking about pulling the license from CBS now, again, because of that 60 Minutes edit, which isn't even really an edit. Like, just the promo didn't show the full answer. It showed a different answer from a different time. But if you watched the full episode, you saw both answers in their entirety. It's not deceptive. It's literally just like a promo. So, I mean, they're not. I don't think they're going to win that case, anyways. But here's what they're saying now about using the FCC. Now, part of Project 2025 is to take these 3-letter agencies, fill them with Trump sycophants, and use them as a way to get to maintain power. So the FCC could pull licenses of any organization who is critical of them. The FEC, the elections commissions, they can get rid of the ability to investigate. Let's see, FCC, there's FEC, FCC, and FTC, Trade Commission. Same thing. We're just going to do these dumbass trade wars. So these are all sycophants. This is what is his name again? This is Brendan Carr, Project 2025 guy that you guys claimed didn't exist. Here's what he's saying this administration is going to do now when people report things they don't like.
And over the years, the FCC...
Thanks, Asa Sophia said, heard my brain cells dying slowly after the last guest. Yes, he's in a cult. India made a huge trade deal, and it was not with the USA. It was with the UK. Good point. Yeah, India's like, fuck it. We're gonna replace the United States. Good point.
has stepped back from enforcing that public interest obligation. I think the FCC should do what Congress wants us to do and enforce those laws. We're going to see where this investigation goes.
So are you threatening to pull their license? Wouldn't that be a pretty drastic step?
Well, it's not a threat. That's a penalty that is in the Communications Act, that if you don't...
But when was the last time the FCC pulled a broadcast license?
Yeah, it's been a long time, and I think that's part of the issue. If you step back, trust in the national mainstream media is at an absolute low right now. That's not just my view. Jeff Bezos himself did an op-ed where he said that. But what's really interesting is that actually...
Jeff Bezos' op-ed said in our newspaper now, we are no longer going to allow our journalists to report what they want. They have to report just pro-capitalist things. We're just going to free market capitalism, and that's it. When he says Jeff Bezos wrote an op-ed, Jeff Bezos' op-ed was nobody trusts the media anymore, so we're going to limit what the media is allowed to say. It's wild.
Local stations, local TV stations have a lot of trust. And so the agenda that I'm trying to run at the FCC is to empower those actual local television stations to serve the public interest. Because what we've seen is you've got national news media, ABC, NBC, CBS, and they're exercising more and more control over those local TV stations. And I don't think that's a good thing for the country. So we're trying to reverse that.
I agree with that, actually. But the way to solve that is to break up the monopolies. Every state shouldn't have a CBS, Fox, and NBC affiliate. Every state should have their own news organizations, and they shouldn't be. It shouldn't be a top-down approach. I actually agree with what he's saying there. But again, this is what's frustrating a little bit about this administration, is they'll identify a problem, but they'll use that as a reason to do something that doesn't make sense. So what they're going to do instead is just pull the licenses. If you pull the licenses from CBS, those local news sources go away. Right? They can't, they don't exist anymore. Ironically, not a lot of talk about Fox News. Fox is the only news organization who has been caught multiple times lying and then admitting that they were lying on purpose. CNN, MSNBC, they've been caught lying about things. I'm trying to remember that anchor from, I think it was MSNBC. Might have just been NBC. Was it Brian... What was his name? Brian something. They've all been caught lying. They've all been caught saying things that aren't true. But only Fox News has been caught not only lying, but then had their messages exposed where behind closed doors, everybody knew they were lying. We're talking Sean Hannity, Tucker Carlson, what's the scarecrow looking lady, everybody. Everybody's like, yeah, we're lying about this election right now. It definitely was not stolen, but if we don't cover it, our viewers are going to go elsewhere. They're not talking about pulling the license from Fox News, are they? If we're going to do this, let's talk about real fraud. Let's talk about real corruption. But this is clearly targeted because what CBS did is not illegal. It doesn't violate any ethics at all. There's no lawsuit. They just want to pull the license. They know in court they'll lose. So now they're just like, oh, well, we'll just go. We're going to bypass the courts again. And because what we really want is an oligarchy or a dictatorship here, we'll just pull their license. We'll just bypass the courts. That's what we'll do. This is dictator shit. Nobody's ever done this before. No one's ever done this. And if you find yourself saying, like, there was somebody in the chat that's like, good, all they ever do is say bad things about Trump 24/7. Good. That's so fucking good. We need news organizations that criticize our politicians 24/7. That's a benefit. That is a net benefit for all of us. You're just in a cult, so it bugs you. But you're out here celebrating. You're like, good. They only just say bad things about Trump. Good. That should happen. Like what, Fox News doesn't do the exact same thing? Good. We need that type of criticism. So what you guys are advocating for now, and this is why I say, like, when you're in a cult, you don't know you're in a cult. When you're in a cult, you don't recognize what's happening. You guys are supporting this administration getting rid of all the voices that talk about him. We don't want anybody to be able to talk bad about us. And you're like, good, that's right. All because you think that we lie. Offer extended to the last guy, offer extended to anybody. Just tell me what we're lying about. Figure it out. I don't know what we're lying about. Honest to God, I don't. I've thought about hosting a live, just like allowing Republicans to just come up one after another and explain, just prove that something was lied about. I don't think any of you could do it. You'll all say the same thing that last guy did. Well, Hunter Biden's laptop. What about it? Well, I don't really know. I didn't really follow it. Johnny said it was Ron Burgundy. Cookie Nib said keep it up. And as always, fuck Tex. Sully says, Bree, you better not be marrying anyone else. Ooh, we're causing problems. Sorry about that. That's on. That could be on me. Let me check Jen's messages. I got those. Okay. I'll go about 15 more minutes. Jen, I'll just get through, I think, these. I gotta remember what the setup is here. Okay, so this was Trump in the Oval. Ironically, sitting next to RFK. We like talking about how this administration's taking care of people. We like talking about waste, fraud, and abuse. They're handing out money right and left like it's candy to the billionaire class, and then they're cutting stuff like food programs for children, SNAP, Medicaid, Medicare, mental health access. And this is a good question. If you guys care so much about the American people, why are you cutting mental health care?
Anybody have any questions on that? Yes, please.
On your proclamation designating this Mental Health Awareness Month, can you speak to concerns people are having regarding your administration cutting $1 billion in mental health programs for schools?
Well, we're looking very closely at waste, fraud, and abuse, of which there's tremendous amount. People on that shouldn't be on, illegal immigrants on, people that came into the country illegally. We have many of them, and we're looking for that. But for the population that's supposed to be there, it's perfecto, and they want us to do that. They don't want to have.
Are we good? He did say perfecto. Where's the fraud? I'll ask this question to the Republicans again. If there is so much waste, fraud, and abuse, where are the fraud charges? Where is it? Where's the fraud charges? Go back a little bit here.
We have many of them, and we're looking for that. But for the population that's supposed to be there, it's perfecto, and they want us to do that. They don't want to have the waste, the fraud, and the fraud is big, by the way, or the abuse.
There's no fraud. $0 in fraud. Isn't that weird? How come they keep talking about fraud? We're announcing Mental Health Care Awareness Month. We just want you to be aware that if you had money, you could get help with your mental health problems. We just want you to be aware that we know that exists, but we are going to cut funding for that. Why are you cutting funding? Oh, because of fraud. It's massive fraud. Why haven't you charged anybody? Where's the fraud? And Republicans in the chat, I can already hear you. Oh, so you're saying there's no waste and no fraud and no abuse? I'm saying there's no fraud. He just said there was massive fraud. Where is it? Where's this massive fraud? Are they ever going to tell us, or that's wait and see too? They'll just tell us eventually that there's fraud. I wanted to show. I didn't know this. Pam Bondi. I showed the clip the other day of Pam Bondi turning to the media and saying that Trump saved 250 million American lives. I did not realize how quickly that number had grown in a matter of 2 days. the real.zb_ on TikTok. Kudos for you for putting this video up. This is beautiful. I didn't know this. Just see where she starts and where she ends.
Since Donald Trump has been in office, DEA has seized over 21 million fentanyl pills. That's 21 million lives saved, in my opinion.
2 days later.
In my opinion, I don't know about that. That's everybody who takes. That's basically saying that like everybody who takes fentanyl will die. But we're at 21 million. That's high. That's way too high. That number is incorrect. It's preposterously high. But don't worry, she'll fix it and move it back lower.
Since he's been in office, DEA has taken 22.2 million fentanyl pills off the streets. This is 119 million lives Donald Trump has saved.
So the first math was 1 pill equals 1 death, which isn't true. Now we've only went up to 22 million, but somehow now we've saved 119 million lives. I can only assume that people are taking the pill, and as they're dying, they shit the pill out, and then somebody else comes and eats the shit, and then they die, and then we've got to do it 2 into 12. It's got to happen 6 times. Every pill is killing 6 people. That's tough. I don't know if we can make that math work.
Since January, pretty remarkable.
24 hours later.
President Trump, your DOJ agencies have seized more than 22 million fentanyl pills, which saved, are you ready for this, media? 258 million lives.
So now we're 14. Now we got to take the pill, shit it out, and 13 and a half more people need to come and eat your fentanyl shit, and then shit it, and then eat the fentanyl shit, and then eat it, and then eat the fentanyl shit. Bro, this administration's a fucking joke. There's no administration that could get away with every single day. One of these dumb motherfuckers does something that would have ended their career in any other administration. But because at the end they go, Donald Trump, you're a genius, and Donald Trump goes, yeah, they're right. They're right about that. You guys are like, oh, they must be right. 14x in 2 days. In 2 days, we 14x'd that. The amount of lives that he saved. That would leave 130 million people here. Like just 2/3 of the country was going to be wiped out, but then Donald Trump saved us. Oh my God, what a savior. This is North Korea shit. Nobody talks about anybody this way except for like Jesus Christ and Kim Jong-un and then Donald Trump. All right, I'm going to cut that out. It's a fucking joke. I don't know how you guys are still doing this, but shout out to you. I just want to do this one more, this part, and then we'll get out of here. This is according to Ed Krasenstein. The White House has confirmed that Donald Trump invited Enrique Tarrio to Mar-a-Lago. Remember, Enrique Tarrio is a violent criminal who was sentenced to like 20-something years in prison for seditious conspiracy. Literally the definition of a traitor. Like he legitimately wanted to undo democracy. He had a plan. It was called Winter Palace and 1776 Returns. There's like 2 of them. Or maybe it's the same plan. I think it might be 1776 Returns, the Winter Palace. Had a plan. Donald Trump, while everybody on the campaign trail, they're like, oh, no, we're going to pardon the J6ers, but not the violent ones. And then he's just like, fuck it, let's do the violent ones too. And then he just invites them to Mar-a-Lago. Here is just a reminder of who Enrique Tarrio is here.
Tarrio and 3 other Proud Boys were convicted in May of seditious conspiracy. Prosecutors said their goal was to orchestrate violence to keep then-President Trump in office, and that the Proud Boys were behind every major breach of the Capitol during the attack. Afterwards, on CNN, Tarrio ridiculed members of Congress who huddled in fear as rioters breached the building.
I'm not going to cry about a group of people that don't give a crap about their constituents.
But a different tone in court today, telling the judge, I am not a political zealot. Tarrio and 3 other Proud Boys were convicted in May of seditious conspiracy. Prosecutors said their goal was to orchestrate violence.
There we go. We're just going to ignore the Act Blue scandal. Yep. Yeah. The Act Blue scandal is Trump just saying they're investigating them. What's the scandal, Waffle Jackson? This is how easy it is to dupe you. Letitia James being investigated? She was. There was no connection. The judges harboring and abetting criminals? They didn't. They just let them go out a side door. Just orange man bad all day, every day, huh? Yeah, dude, even your whataboutisms are fucking stupid. This is how easy it is to condition you. Donald Trump's just like, hey, guys, go out there with these whataboutisms. I'm going to tell you that Act Blue is bad and that there's a scandal. You're like, oh, it must be a scandal. There's no scandal there. You tell me, what's the scandal? You tell me. Just a reminder of what exactly Enrique Tarrio did. This is him being sentenced to 22 years.
Proud Boys, the far-right group described by prosecutors as the chief instigators of the January 6th attack on the Capitol, watched their former leader go down today under the weight of a 22-year prison sentence, the longest sentence of any January 6th defendant so far. Enrique Tarrio, who the government accused of directing some of the actions of that day, was convicted of seditious conspiracy. Just before sentencing today, a contrite Tarrio apologized to law enforcement, lawmakers, and his family and told the court, I was my own worst enemy. His sentence follows the fate of four.
This guy just eats it, admits it. All these guys just admit it, eat it, go to court. They're not innocent. Nobody ever accused them of being innocent, and they just get pardoned by Trump. Why? Because they were there for him. They were there. Look at all these MAGA hats. Look at these Trump flags. It's because of that. It's because he's a dictator. So he doesn't care. You're allowed to break the law as long as you do it wearing his gear, as long as you do it in his name, even though they just admit it and they're sorry. Just let him out of jail. It's fine.
Other Proud Boys members who also received harsh sentences last week, all accused of using violence to try and keep then-President Donald Trump in power. One of the charges, obstructing an official proceeding, has also been leveled against Mr. Trump in a separate indictment. He has pleaded not guilty. Let's get more now from Ken Delanian.
We'll leave it there. Now I just want to show you what Enrique has done since he got out of jail. You'll remember this. In court, he's there saying, I'm sorry. I'm my own worst enemy. I abused police. And then what does he do as soon as he gets out of jail? He chases down Michael Fanone, who, God bless Michael Fanone, and fuck everybody who has turned to this guy into some sort of villain. This guy just showed up to do his job, and MAGA people beat the shit out of him. Enrique Tarrio gets out of jail, and he decides that contrite guy that went to jail, that admitted everything, suddenly not so contrite anymore.
You guys were brave. You guys are assholes, so please just back off. You know what's an asshole? Somebody that sits in my sentencing and laughs while I get sentenced to 22 years. That's an asshole. You were brave on Twitter, and your buddy was brave on my sentencing, and he was laughing when I got 22 years. And now you don't even want to look my way, you pretend I'm not here, right? Yeah, keep it walking. Keep walking. Come on, go, go. You guys are traitors. Just let go.
This is certainly fun. What did you say?
You guys are brave on my sentencing. You sat there, you laughed while I got 22 fucking years. Now you don't even want to look in my eyes. You fucking coward. You were a coward that day. You were a coward after.
Just go home. Just go home. You're a traitor to this country.
Yes.
It's ironic for him to say that he's a coward that day. Fucking Oompa Loompa bitch boy here sat in a hotel room and cheered on a bunch of people storming the Capitol while that guy showed up and fought. And he was fighting 6v1 and he survived. That's you, MAGA. This is your fucking movement. This is the guy you fucking let out of jail. This is your fucking dirtbag movement. Like, I'm ACAB all day. Like, I'm not a fan of the police. But this little bitch behind a bunch of guards who didn't even have the guts to show up on that day. And you know why he didn't have the guts to show up on that day? Because he had priors and he was worried about going to jail. Yeah, fuck, send everybody else to jail. Let them go to jail. He's gonna look this dude in the eye and call him a coward. Oh, you were a coward on that day. Oh, really? Really, dude? You didn't show up. You just sent people there to beat him. And he went 6-on-1 and he survived. And then he showed up and told his story every day. I'd like to know, MAGA, why you're cool with this. I'd like to know how you feel about this piece of shit being on your side. And if you're looking at this and you think Michael Fanone's the bad guy, you're in a goddamn cult. I don't know what to tell you anymore. You don't know you're in a cult. You can argue, oh, the Democrats are a cult too. No, we're not. There are blind followers of the DNC, but who's our leader? Who's the person that we ignore truth for and just keep following them? I don't know. There's a lot of Democrats who've gotten in trouble lately. Go to TikTok. Probably the third or fourth most influential person on our side just got canceled. The two most influential, the three most. You got Chris Mowry, you got Parker, you got Dean, you got Jones. We went after him. We don't do that shit. We don't play that. We don't really play like that over here. And it's not because like everybody on our side's so virtuous. It's that we're not in a cult. And on your side, people get protected by swearing allegiance to Donald Trump. If you get convicted of rape or abusing children, just put on a MAGA hat. Don't worry about it. They'll take you in. Don't worry about it. If you're Russell Brand and you get busted for a bunch of sexual abuse, just run to the United States and put on a MAGA hat, and they'll protect you. If you're Andrew Tate and you're abusing women and trafficking women, just put on a MAGA hat. If you're Conor McGregor and you just got busted abusing women, just put on a MAGA hat. That's why it's a cult, because the worst among us, the worst people among us recognize that if they put on a MAGA hat, you guys will look the other way. They recognize it's a cult. We recognize it's a cult. The only ones who don't seem to recognize it's a cult are you, because you're in it. But you've got to explain to me how the worst people in society publicly can be MAGA. There's nobody on our side of the aisle that publicly is a piece of shit that is still in office. We run them out, and then they go to you. We ran out RFK. You guys love to share this narrative with RFK. Oh, RFK, they didn't like him on the other side of the aisle because he stood up to Big Pharma. No, it was because we saw the text with his babysitter. That's why. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I highly recommend you look it up. I highly recommend you look up RFK admitting that he abused his babysitter. And when he was asked about it, he said, I never said I was a choir boy. Yeah. But when it came time for you to cut a deal, you went to the Harris campaign and they said no thank you. And then you went to the Trump campaign and they're like, fuck yeah, dude, we'll literally take anybody. Put this hat on. We'll make you your own brand. We'll do it Maha. Now you got all these moms out here literally wearing the merch. You have two merch ideas. You got MAGA and you got Maha. And both of those slogans represent people who abuse women, serially abuse women. It's the same with the cult I grew up in. Guess what? If you ask my mom about Joseph Smith, she might be brought to tears. If you ask my grandparents about Joseph Smith, they might be brought to tears. What a marvelous man. He was a victim. He put his whole life on the line. Eventually, he was murdered for his beliefs. We sing a song about him called Praise to the Man. It says, praise to the man who communed with Jehovah. He was out there having sex with 14-year-olds. He was out there having sex with people's spouses while he sent them on missions. He was out there shutting down the press that discredited him. One time the press there was a newspaper called the Nauvoo and Times or whatever. They wrote an article in the newspaper that said Joseph Smith was a polygamist, which he was, and they burned that motherfucker to the ground. Exactly what Trump does. Trump's a racist. Burn that place to the ground. You can't believe them. That's fake news. The two most prominent figures in your movement abuse women repeatedly, over and over and over, including children. Both of them have abused children. And the only scenario where they didn't do that is when you're like, oh, I trust their word. I trust them. This is just the media. How many more people need to be abusive on your side of the aisle before you're going to wake the fuck up? Trump wanted Matt Gaetz to be attorney general. Matt Gaetz out here paying underage girls for sex. That's who you chose. That was the first choice for attorney general, is Matt Gaetz. And your party was, by the way, he didn't even go to court. He wasn't even convicted of it. And your party all believed that he did it. But when Trump goes to court and a jury finds him liable for it, no, we don't believe that. There's different rules for everybody, but Trump has his own set of rules. As the leader of the movement, as the leader of the cult, he gets his own rules. And he is identical to every other cult leader in history. Whenever anybody publicly is caught abusing people, there will be a cult-like following who initially comes out and protects them. Keith Raniere from the Nixium cult. His own victims were the ones defending him. And he would go out there and be like, yeah, like my victims are defending me. You're just going to believe these bullshit stories. Those people left the group. They're just mad. They're jealous. They've got an axe to grind because they didn't get to be the leaders. But look at me. They're telling me I abused all these women. I didn't abuse these women. Look at them. Listen to them. When I was on the phone with Mr. Jones the other day, you know what Jones did? Jones tried to put his victim on the phone with me. Here, talk to my victim. Let my victim tell you that they weren't a victim. It's what Trump does every fucking time. Look at all these women. I have all these women around me, and they don't say I abuse them. His own wife accused him of rape. His own wife. This is where we're at, and we got to wake the fuck up. And we're going to do it every single day. We're going to show you this. This guy got pardoned. He's a violent criminal. You all agree with it. You all know he's a violent criminal. And then Trump invites him to Mar-a-Lago and then apologizes. Oh, I can't believe the federal government did that to you. The federal government, they only did that to you because they hate me. Enrique Taro's like, I cannot believe my luck. I got away with all of this. All right, let me get a couple last messages and then we'll get out of here. Amber said, Dems fire the abusers, Republicans promote them. Facts. Same with Tulsi. Tulsi was exposed as being part of a extremely homophobic cult herself. She's in a cult also. And then the Democrats were like, pass, dude. And then you guys are like, oh, cults? Oh, yeah, we know cults. We like cults. Come on in. Come join our cult. Clinton says a Chinese TikTok creator made a video asking himself how many U.S. products that he owns. Nothing. Then asked how many products do Americans have that are from China. Fucking everything in front of me. Everything. I've seen that one. I love that one. And Tracy said continued education for the maggots. Hey, Tracy. We haven't seen Tracy in a long time. Go Bills. Good to see you here, Tracy. All right, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow morning and every morning, 9:30 a.m. or every weekday morning, 9:30 a.m. to 1 Pacific Standard Time here on TikTok.
Did you get Clinton's message?
Whose?
There's another one in our DMs.
You said Clinton?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just read it.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you gonna remind everybody about Admir?
What's up? 5:45?
Yeah, that's at 10.
Okay, 5:45 tonight on TikTok and on YouTube. Hopefully, Admir got his internet situation figured out because those are on YouTube. It's unwatchable. So if it's glitchy, I would highly recommend going over to TikTok. We'll be there tonight. Going to be a long one. I'll see you guys there, and then see you tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. to 1 Pacific Standard Time. You can catch us on all our socials if you have the means to be a monthly subscriber. We have paid subscriptions through YouTube and Twitch, and I'm working on a Substack right now, or Patreon, where there will be some benefit. We promise not to roll anything out where you're not going to get a benefit. I'm going to talk about that with Jen here momentarily, and so hopefully I have some announcements there soon. But take care of yourselves, everyone. Maga, thanks for being here. Sorry for calling you guys all cultists. I do believe it, but most of my best friends are in a cult. Most of my family's in a cult, and I love them. And I don't have any. I don't hate you. I just want you to get out of it. and I want to get back to like real conversation. So I apologize if you're offended, but you are in a cult, and it's time to get out of it. I'll see you tomorrow. Stay cute and cool, and have a great, great summer.